of sampling strategy to be adopted. So basically, today what we're going to talk about is that we are going to talk about the is the recording on? Okay, it's on now. So today what we're going to do is that we are going to talk about the non-probability sampling. Okay, non-probability sampling. That's what we're going to talk about today. So what are some of the examples of non-probability sampling? And when you say non-probability sampling, what does it mean? What does it mean? When you say non-probability sampling, what is it? Yes, my people, what is it? Okay, let me see some few people here. I couldn't even give a shout out to my people, okay, but we try to fix the technical issues. It has been fixed now. Okay, good. So when you say non-probability sampling, please, what is it? When you say non-probability sampling, what is it? What is it at all? That, oh, this sampling is non-probability sampling. What does it mean? What does it mean to say sampling, non-probability sampling? Yes. Somebody should help me. Yes, please. What's the meaning of non-probability sampling, and when do we use it? Yes.
Okay, comparing the non-probability sampling to the probability sampling, I would say that with this sampling technique, the individuals that are going to select do not have equal chance of being selected.
Okay. So that is the key thing. So which means that here, when you come to non-probability sampling, okay, we are not dealing with random. Okay, there's no iota of randomness. Not every individual in the population has equal chance of being selected. Do you understand that? So non-probability sampling means that the individuals forming the population, okay, the individuals, okay, forming the population, I'm going to create a sample. Now, the individuals that are forming the population, they don't have, not everyone, okay, not everyone or every individual, so not every, okay, everyone, okay, in the population has what? Has equal word, has equal, okay, has equal probability or equal chance of being selected, okay, to form the word, to form the sample. You know, what we want to do is we want to get a sample, right? That's our focus. And then we are looking for a strategy we can adopt to get the samples. And so we talked about the probability sample, whereby the sampling strategy, whereby individuals have what? Have equal chance of being picked. But when you come to the non-probability sampling, it means that it is more or less non-random. Okay, so here the key thing is that the sampling is non-random. Okay, non-random. And if it is non-random, it means that, okay, not every participant, okay, which means that the participants that are making up the population, not every one of them has equal chance of being picked. Okay, and so which means that the one who is carrying out the study, okay, he actually depends, okay, he depends on the word, on the convenience or his judgment or specific criteria. Okay, all right, so which means that the researcher, the researcher, all right, the researcher depends on what? Rely. Oh, okay, make I say rely. Okay, relies on his or her own word judgment. All right, or convenience. Okay, convenience. All right, his own convenience. Okay, or specific word, some sort of criteria. Okay, so maybe come with the word, some unique word, unique criteria, all right, okay, to select to select criteria to select individuals or subject from the population to form the sample. All right. So in this case, there is high risk of what? If it is non-random, then it means that there is high risk of what? There is it's non-random, right? If there is random, then we are talking about probability. But in this case, if the researcher is going to use his or her own judgment, maybe convenience, and his or her own unique criteria in what in selecting the subject of the word, the subject or the members of the word of the population to form the sample. All right. So here, the one thing here the take home message is that when it is non-random, then it means that there is high risk of introducing bias. Okay, there is a high risk of what? Risk of bias. Okay, great. There is a high risk of bias. All right, because if you are going to rely on non-random approach, then it means that your criteria here, even your judgment, okay, your judgment or your unique criteria that you are going to pick is quite what is subjective. Okay, there's no objectivity in it. It's like you base it on your convenience, availability of the people, okay, and stuff like that. So, which means that findings from this particular study cannot be used to make a general. Okay, do you understand that we can't generalize the finding of this study for the entire population? Do you get the argument? Okay, let's take it this way that you are sampling people who attend UCC, and you only stay in Accra to do it. You didn't collect data from people from Kumasi. You didn't collect data from people from Bronga Hafo, people from Bolega, people from Navrungo who are also attending UCC. But you only sample in Accra based on convenience, okay, based on people who are close by to you, maybe who are even close to your house in Accra. So in that particular case, there is high risk of bias. So your criteria was there is no objective. It was out of convenience that the people who were close to you in Accra, that you use them as the subject of the work, as the subject of the study. Okay, so you selected those people to form your sample. You selected those people to form your sample. So in this case, after you conduct your study, there is no way you can use the word. There is no way you can use the finding of that study, okay, to make inferences for the general population. All right, because there is what the selection criteria was the selection criteria wasn't objective. Okay, it was subjective. There was no randomness. Not every individual in the population, okay, had equal probability of being picked. So with that one, it means that when you finish, okay, the findings, okay, the findings from this study, okay, cannot be used, all right, cannot be used, okay, to generalize, okay, cannot be used to cannot be used, okay, all right, to the population. So the findings from this study, okay, cannot be used, okay, cannot be used to, let's say, we cannot actually generalize it all right, cannot be used, okay, to generalize the outcome of the population. All right. Yeah. So which means that because it is subjective, all right, we only do the findings of those people who are close by, all right, and stuff like that. So when we finish, there's no way we can actually generalize our finding to the entire population. Okay, cannot be used to generalize. Okay, all right. So the finding of this study cannot be used to generalize. Okay, cannot be used to generalize the findings to what? Okay, to the generalize the, okay, to the entire population. All right, good. Because there is what? There is high risk of bias. All right, there is high risk of what? Of bias. All right, great. And the take-home message of this one is that it is in terms of, let's say, fastening. What are some of the general advantages? What are some of the general advantages of this method? Okay, the general advantages of this method. Advantages of this method. Can we take some? What are some of the general advantages of this method? Yes, if I want to use non-probability sampling. So the non-probability sampling, the take-home message you've gotten is that this word, it actually rely on non-random selection. We say that not every member of the population has equal probability of being picked. Okay, and then it is more or less, it is done out of the subjective word judgment or convenience. Okay, is the researcher him or herself that will come with some sort of unique criteria to select subjects for the population. Okay, from the population to form the sample. All right, so okay, but what is the advantage of doing that? That's what I want.
It is not time.
It is what?
It will not be.
It is not what?
Be expensive.
It is not expensive.
It may not.
I mean, okay, so relatively, relatively it is cheaper, right? Okay, so in terms of cost, okay, so it is relatively cheaper. All right, cheaper. If we compare that to what? Probability sampling. Okay, you can see that non-probability sampling is what? It's relatively cheaper. You are taking, let's say you went there, you are taking the people who are close by, basically. Okay, people who are available. Do you understand that? So it is relatively cheaper. Okay, what else again? What else again?
We can say it's stress-free.
It is what?
Stress-free.
It's stress-free. Okay,
Yeah.
so stress-free. Can you make it
Can we say that low involvement of risk?
Low, when you say low involvement of risk, what does it mean?
The risk involvement is low.
Risk as what? Risk as
in terms
what?
of like, once the person is not moving out or not generalizing it, but focusing on the area in which the person is, the risk involved as compared to moving out of the jurisdiction.
Okay, I get you. Can't we quantify the risk? Maybe the cost, in terms of time involved and stuff like labor and all that. Can't we do that? Or what do you think?
I think the cost, someone has already talked about it.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, that what about the labor? Maybe, okay, so maybe the labor,
okay.
Okay, so maybe because
Okay,
because the risk like that, risk of something can also be more or less, we can give some sort of monetary or financial value to it, because if it will take me high risk to get the data, that makes it quite expensive. You understand that if I'm going to travel around to get the data, if I'm going to do the make sure that the sample adequately represents the population, it will cost me more. Okay, so we can talk of relatively cheaper. What about the time? Is it fast compared to probability sampling?
Yeah, time effective.
Okay, so it is what? Time effective. Okay, good. Time effective. Good. Time effective. Okay, good. What else again? What else again? What else again? Time effective. What else again? Yes. What else?
So can we say
Flexibility.
it is flexible?
Okay, yes, it is quite flexible. That's true. Okay, so time effective, okay, quite flexible. Flexible. Okay, flexible. That's good. One point there. All right. And then can't you see that, for instance, if I want to get insight of something, okay, let's take it this way, that it's not that you want to do some sort of serious work. Maybe I just want to get some sort of a cursory glance of what people think about something. Okay, so like more or less some sort of exploratory something. Okay, just to I want to just get quick insight of something. It is still time consuming, but then this one like flexible and maybe getting quick insights. Okay, I'll add it here like that. Maybe if we want to get quick insight of something, okay, of something. Okay, maybe you want to do a proper study, but you want a quick insight. Okay, some sort of a pilot study of something. You want to just get a cursory insight of something. Okay, of maybe of certain group. Okay, okay. I think the best way to go about it is to do some sort of what, some sort of non-probability sampling. Then based on that, you can plan your maybe in-depth studies. Okay, all right. So in terms of the advantage, you can see that it is relatively cheaper. Okay, it is time effective. That means that it's quicker, and it's also help us to get maybe quick insight into something. Okay, quick insight into something, maybe reach a specific group of people. All right, okay, great. All right, just maybe quick insight of something, or maybe reach specific group of people. Okay, specific group of people, group of people. All right, good. And it's flexible. There's that sort of flexibility there. All right, good. So our take-home message, we started by saying that when you come to uh, non-probability sampling, okay, take-home message here is that it is the researcher rely on what some sort of subjective judgment and convenience to do it. And then we say that the sampling is non-random, okay? It's non-random. And then if it is non-random, then it implies that not every individual in the population has a probability, equal probability of being selected to form the sample. Okay, and then we also, as part of that, because it is quick and stuff like that, the flexibility here, we also say that because it is quick, it's something quick that you are doing, there is also high chance or high risk of what? Of bias. You introduce bias, okay, because you are likely to, you are sampling people close by a certain group of people who that are those groups that you are actually sampling from, they are not representative of the entire population. All right, they are not representative of the entire population. All right, good. Okay, but it is what, it is relatively cheaper. Okay, in terms of and then it is quick, it is flexible. You can get quick insight of something using this method. Okay, good. All right, so I think that what are the disadvantages of this one? I think the disadvantage, we've even talked about it already. What are some of the disadvantages of this one? What are some of the disadvantages? Yes. Okay. What are some of
So
the
can we take it to bias?
okay, so
Bias.
high risk of what?
Ba-
High risk.
Bias
Good,
and
good, high,
inaccurate results.
good, excellent. Okay, so in terms of disadvantages, okay, we are talking about high risk of what? High risk of bias. So let me put it, so high risk of bias. Okay, risk of bias. Okay, high risk of bias, great bias. Okay, and then what else again? And then the inaccurate results. Okay, we can't generalize the word. The thing is that we can't also word. We can't. The finding cannot be used to generalize the findings to the entire population. Okay, we cannot generalize the word. The findings to the entire population. So cannot generalize. Okay, generalize the word. The finding. We cannot generalize the findings. The findings. The findings to the entire population. All right. It's when you come to statistics, we have something we call inferential statistics. Okay. We have descriptive statistics and we have inferential statistics. The inferential statistics is that we making assumptions about the population using the sample. Okay. So that is inferential statistics that I am making. I'm trying to extrapolate something from the finding of the samples to make inferences about the population. All right. But we can do that if we are using what? We are using non-probability sampling. All right. Great. Okay, so now let's see some of the some of the so let me duplicate my slide here. Let's see some of the examples of what non-probability sampling. Let's see some of the examples of non-probability sampling. Okay, so let's see examples. Yes, so what are some of the examples of non-probability sampling? Okay, yes, I think I mentioned some the last time. Can you mention some of them for me? Examples of non-probability. Yes, please.
Quota.
Quota. Okay, great. Okay, so let's start with quota sampling. Quota. Okay, quota sampling. Okay, great. Now, what is quota sampling? When you say quota sampling, what is it? When you say I'm doing sampling, but I'm using quota sampling, what does it mean? Okay, when you say quota sampling, what does it mean? Yes. Quota sampling. Like, what is it? What is it at all? I want to know the advantages. Okay, advantages and disadvantages of what? Okay, advantages. Okay, advantages. Yes, please go ahead. Yes, please. Yes, please, you can. I'm listening to you.
If you say quota sampling, is that 1/4 of the general population. You use 1/4 of the general population to do your make your findings.
But what I want to know, when you say quota sampling at all, what is it? When you say something is quota sampling, what is it? I just want to know, what is it? Quota. I mean, what is it? When you say I'm doing quota sampling, what does it mean? Okay. You are using 1/4 of the population. Okay. Yes. Anything more? I want to know, what is quota sampling? I don't understand it. When you say, when somebody tells me that quota sampling, what is it? That's what I want to know. Okay. Let's say you just gone home when your son comes to you. What is quota sampling? That's what I want to know. Yeah, somebody should help me. Yes. Please, anybody from the audience? Yes, I want to know quota. When you say quota, when you say something is quota at all, what is it? When you say quota sampling, what is it? What you know now is that it is we all know it is non-probability sampling, right?
Hello, sir.
Yes, go ahead, please. We know that.
So quota sampling is a non-probability sampling which is used to select a participant to meet a certain subgroup.
Okay, so here, okay, please let's go step by step. Okay, so one, we know it is non-probability sampling, but here, what are we going to do? We are going to do what? We are going to select, go ahead, select, go ahead, select participants, okay? Participants, okay? Pants, okay, go ahead. To meet,
a specific subgroups.
Okay, so specific subgroups, okay? Or maybe specific, I can use this word, like sometimes predefined, maybe predefined as well as a synonym to this one, predefined, okay? Is that not it? Or predetermined, or predefined, okay? Defined, okay? Defined, subgroups, okay? Good. Subgroups, okay? Go ahead.
So example of those subgroups are age, gender.
Okay, good. So here, so based on, so we know it is probability sampling, correct? But what do you, let me enlarge my distance a little bit. Okay, so that let me enlarge it a little bit. Maybe 28 is fine. Okay, great. Very good. So yes, so the first one, we know it is non-probability sampling. Okay, but what is it? And then our brother is saying that we select participants, okay? We select participants based on what? We select participant based on a specific okay, based on, okay, maybe specific or predefined groups, okay, and that groups, he is mentioned something like maybe age, what again?
Gender.
Gender, okay, all right, what else again?
Sex.
Yes, sex, okay, sex is the gender, okay, what else again? What else again? What else again?
So maybe income.
Income, what else again? What else
The
again?
height.
Yeah, we can even do for height. It's true, we can do for height. Yeah.
So can we talk
What
of
else again?
occupation?
We can do for
Qualification.
occupation. Why not? We can do for occupation. Okay, occupation. Okay, what else again?
Qualification.
Okay. What?
Qualifications.
Qualification. Okay, so here you see, from the onset, all right, what we decide is that, okay, oh, we are not going to do random sampling. Okay, so it's not everybody there that is going to be picked, but we are going to use quota system. So the quota system, those groups, those subgroups are our quota. Do you understand that? So the quotas are the, oh, I want to pick people who are in the age 2 years. So that's the quota. So within the 2 years, we've decided that, oh, okay, we are picking 20 people from 2 years. We are picking 20 people from 5 years. We are picking 20 people from 4 years. We are picking 20 people from what? From this thing, from 10 years. All right. So in this case, we do that so that we ensure that there is what? Representation from each group. All right. So the reason we are doing that is that we just want to ensure that those groups, okay, it is not like stratify. It's when we are doing stratified sampling, that's one. The group, you create homogeneous groups. No, we've not created any homogeneous group. What we are doing is that we want a situation, we don't care whether the men there are, let's say, the people with let's say people who are 10 years old in the population, they are 60% of the population. No, we don't care. We just decided that we are picking 20. Okay, we are in the population. We are just decided that we are going to interview 20 people from maybe each group. Or it could be level. Let's take it this way, the level 100. We are going to interview 20 people, 20 people from level 100, 20 people from level 300, 20 people from level 400. Please, do you understand what I'm saying here? All right. So here we've defined it from the onset. All right. Okay. And the reason we are doing that is that we want, at the end of the day, we want to ensure that there is each group. We want to, okay. So the reason we are doing that is to what? Is to ensure, okay, to ensure the way to ensure that the groups, there is a representation. Okay, there is what? There is a representation. There's a representation of the groups. Okay, so based on this method that you are going to use, okay, it means that not everybody will have the chance of being picked. All right, because from day one you have decided of how many people you are going to pick. It's not that the entire population. No, you just decided that, okay, I'm going to level 100. So let's take it this way, that I'm going to interview level 100. So this is the level 100. The level 100, you're going to interview, let's say, 200 people. 200 people from level 100. Okay, level 200, level, okay, so level 100 who are coming to school. Okay, I'm going to interview, I can decide 200, level 100, level 200. Okay, I'm going to interview 200 also. Okay, level 300, I'm going to interview 200. Okay, level 400, I'm going to interview 200. Okay, all right, great. So this is actually purely based on my what? my judgment or my convenience. Do you understand that? It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with I want everybody to be adequate. Like I want the population to adequately. I want the sample to adequately represent the population. No, okay. I just want that. I want to interview everybody, maybe every group member. Do you understand that? So, so the quota system, we want people from level 100 to be interviewed, people from level 200 to be interviewed. So I decided to just that I'm going to interview 100, I'm going to interview 800 people. Okay, so I decided the 800 people, I'll spread it 100, 200, level 200, I'm going to do that. Level 300, 200, level 400, 200. So in such case, this is what, this sampling approach is purely is what, that's a quota system. Okay, so you select the people, okay, based on specific or predefined or predetermined subgroups. That predetermined subgroup could be age, gender, class, okay, occupation, even height groups. Okay, I can talk of the qualification. I can talk of level. Okay, level in the school, like level 100, level 200, level 300, level 400. So I can do that based on this method. Okay, all right, good. All right, so we know it is non-probability, so clearly it is what? It is non-random. All right, good. But when do we use this approach? When do we use this approach? When do we use this approach? Okay, when do we use this approach? Yes. Yeah, when do we use this approach? When do we use it? When do we use it? Yes. Yes. Anybody from the audience? Yes.
When the population is too large.
When the population is too large. Excellent. Okay, good. So we use this one. Okay, so when the population is what? Is too large. Okay. Okay, we can use this one. What else again? When the pop is too large, right? When the pop is too large, What else again? What else again? Yes, what else again? And maybe when they are subgroups, is that not it? When they are groups within the word, when they are subgroups, okay, so when they are what? When they are subgroups, okay, subgroups, okay, subgroups, okay, in the population that we want to account for. All right, so subgroups in the population that we want to account for. So let's take it this way. That so here the classic example is, let's take it this like the classic example for this one is like doing this political polls. Okay, this the political polls and stuff like that. So sometimes you want to find out that, oh, those people who voted, the market women. Okay, so you decided to select 100 market women and find out whether market women, they voted for MPP or NDC. Okay, then you come to the education. All right, you come and find out the SS3 students who are 18 years old. Okay, the SS3 students or those who just graduated from high school. All right, so did they actually vote for MPP or NDC? Then another, you can also go to the working class. Okay, maybe those people who are teachers. All right, the teachers, even the teachers, the newly recruited teachers, even the teachers, the junior high school teachers, the senior high school teachers, the university lecturers. All right, is there any sort of so you decide to sample all of it and you want to get each section. Okay, so that when you finish, you can tell us that, oh, if we take 100 market women, 30% of them voted for Ikwadonko. Okay, or when you take the among the elite class, okay, the elite groups, okay, all right, the teachers, all right, among the elite groups, okay, among the teachers voted. About 40% of the teachers voted for MPP. So based on the data that you collect, you see that we did quota system. We gave quota to each group, so we can account for each group. Okay, please, do you understand what I'm saying here? So one hyphen, I can say that, oh, those people, those teachers training, people who are in the teachers training college, okay, 20% of them voted for PPP. All right. So in this particular case, when the population is large and then there are groups within the population, and then you want a situation that you want to ensure that various specific groups are all accounted for. You want to get information for the various groups, various subgroups within the population. Okay, then the quota system is quite ideal. The population is large and there are various subgroups, and your intention to get information from various subgroups. Okay, so I would decide that, oh, during this political campaign or like that, okay, when you finish, okay, I want to say that, oh, the newly graduated students, okay, the newly SS graduates, okay, all right, they voted very well. Maybe about 70% of them voted for PPP. All right, okay, the working class, about 60% of them voted for PNC. You can say that, okay. Why? Because you did what we did, quota sampling. You decided that each group, you are going to pick just 200 people there. So you pick 200 high school graduates, okay, who are 18 years or who voted, okay. Then you pick 200 maybe teachers trainee, and then you pick 200 teachers who are in the school. All right, you pick 200 doctors, 200 women in the market. Okay, so in such situation like that, you see that so we can use this type of sampling approach for let's say political polls. All right, so instead of just doing it randomly, no, because if you do it randomly, you may even end up picking only, you are doing, let's say you may end up picking all the people could be teachers throughout. No, so you decided to take it quota. You are going to give teachers 200, market women 200, doctors 200, high school students who just graduated 200, okay, construction workers 200, okay. Then you sample from each of them, okay. So each of this group, okay, you are going to interview 200 people, okay, each of them 200 people, okay. That is it. All right, and clearly you can see that not every member has equal probability of being picked, okay. And then at the end of the day, we can't generalize our findings to the entire population. All right, good. All right, good. All right. Any headache again? Any headache again? I think we are clear with this one. Okay, we are clear with this
Doctor,
one. Okay, so let's see. Yes, please. Please go ahead.
I don't know if what I'm saying is correct,
Please,
but
I'm
I want
listening.
to put a try. Like when there is insufficient time on my side, I can choose to work. I can choose to use the quota.
Yes, why not? You can, because the quota is what? It's quicker.
The population is too large, and I don't have
Yes. Yes, you are right. So you remember, one of the advantages of using non-probability sampling is the fact that it is what? It's relatively cheaper. It's faster. Okay. It is time and labor effective. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So what you said is correct. Okay. The population is large. There are a lot of subgroups in it, and you don't have a lot of time. If you have time, you will do more of what? Maybe stratify sampling, but you don't have that time. So if you don't have that time, then you have to use non-probability sampling. Okay. All right. You just have to. Okay. So I'm going to interview 200. Okay. 200 market women. So when you get the 200, you are done. Okay. That is all. Okay. Then you go for the newly graduated students, high school students who took part in the voting. You go for teachers, you go for doctors, you go for accountants, okay? So that when you finish and you are reporting, you can actually talk about that, oh, for 100 people, okay, for doctors, okay, for medical doctors, if you pick 100 people, maybe 20 of them voted for PPP. All right, good. So usually when it comes to those political polls, okay, this is they use the quota system, okay. All right, great. So well done. All right. Now the next thing, which was the next one. So the next probability, yes, please. Please. The next thing. Okay, please go ahead.
You see, teachers have promotion exams that they write.
Yes, please.
And sometimes they say when those who are going for deputy director, they say they will use a quota system. So does it mean that if even you perform per the distance, per what we've just done right now, they will have subgroups in the main population, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So the subgroups, can be the year group. How many years have you been on your current rank? So would they be able to? Would they be using this type of this thing to select?
Yes. So the moment they say quota system, like what you just said right now, for instance, the moment you say quota system, it means that if it is quota system, it means if they have decided that 200 people should pass, 200 people will pass.
Okay.
Please, do you get it? So let's take it this rank. Let's say the rank is what? Let's take it this way that this year we decided that, let's say only 200. We are going to DD, right? They say DD. The ranks are what? DD. They say DD, right? Okay. There are another rank. Now people are going to write, and then let's say the next rank is what? Which other rank again?
AD1.
AD1. Okay. Let's take just something like that. Now people are going to write exam, and then we said quota. The moment they introduce the word quota system, it means that they have defined it. Okay, they have defined. Okay, so let's say I've introduced quota system that 200. I want 200 here. It doesn't matter how many people pass the exam. So let's take it this way that 300 people pass the exam, but I want 200. So at the end of the day, when the result comes, you see only 200 people passed. Because before the start of the exam, before the start of the exam, we decided that we are picking 200. Let's take it admission system. Admission system, maybe to admission system to various fields. Okay, we decided that the number of people who are entering the, let's take it this way, that maybe biological science, we can admit 300, all right? That is the quota. Biological science, 300 students. So when we get a 200 students, the 300 students, that is it. Our quota is 300. Now people write the exam. Let's take it this way, the 500 people passed. Okay, they passed. But you see, because the moment we introduce the word quota, our quota is 300. We'll pick our 300. The rest, they didn't fail. They also passed. But if it is something you will not see your results, let's take it like the way law exams is written, that you sign and they take and stuff like that. So when we decide that we want to take 300, once we take the 300, the rest of you, you will see that. You will see in your portal that you failed. You were not picked. Do you understand that? So maybe the cutoff point is 500. The cutoff, let's say the cutoff point is 50. But after we want so 50 is the pass mark. But we want to take 100 people, and when we finish, 60 people. We want to take 100, and then 150 people pass the cutoff. So behind the door, who will raise the pass mark? Behind the door without your knowledge, and because we want our quota. Okay, we want the quota system. All right. So the quota system, you see, the quota system usually in the grand scheme of things, even the quota system is not even truly fair. All right. Like for instance, if you go to some American schools, they use quota system even to admit females and males, and even different race, even different regions of people. They will say that, oh, this year we are giving 20% to black students. All right. So you see, because they are using the quota system, it wouldn't be fair to another person, somebody from Asia background who has passed, but maybe based on the Asia criteria, he didn't fit in there. He couldn't make it there. Why? Because we've given quota system to black people, black students. All right. So we define that, oh, we are giving 200 students blacks. We are admitting 200 black students. That's the quota system. Okay. So once we get the 200 is reached. Even though another person has passed, but we've reached the 200. That is it. Okay. We wouldn't care about the rest. No. That is the quota system. Okay, even the quota system, when you even use it for even normal school admission, it's not even fair. You understand that? It's not even fair, even for normal school admission, that we decide that, oh, we are using quota system. We decided that, oh, for medical school, we are admitting maybe 52% boys and 42% girls. Now, let's take it this way, that you are told that your son didn't get in because we want to admit more girls. How would you feel?
Very bad.
You feel bad. Not that your son failed, your son passed, your son had maybe 6 A's to 8 A's, he passed. But they'll tell, oh no, this year we decided to use quota system. We want to admit last year the boys in medical school, they really outnumber the girls so much. So this year, no, we decided to increase the percentage of girls. So now it is 45% girls, 55% boys. And so because of that, they use 55% criteria and 45%. And so your son couldn't get in. Okay, not that he failed, he didn't fail. And even the girls that we picked, some of them didn't even get a grade of your son. But we are using a quota system. In this case, it shouldn't be fair. All right. So it is still being used in a lot of stuff. Okay. All right. But for research, usually we use it when we want to get in for pilot studies. Okay, you know, we do the quick pilot studies, like we want to get rough idea of the casery, okay, some sort of some exploratory research, as I said it earlier on, or maybe some pilot study that we intend to maybe get more detailed one later, or maybe we want, our budget is constrained, we don't have much money, we don't have much time, okay, and so quickly we let the quota system, even for research. But even in real life, we still use it. We still use it in real life. If you go to a class and let's say your class, and then all the members of the class are all boys throughout. Okay, all right. Let me give you a typical example of something that I do here. Like most of the times in my class at UCC, most of my class, there's something I've created called green list. And green list, what I do is that people who tend to do very well in my exams, I take them for lunch. Okay, and then one of my class like that, so normally I pick 10 people. So all the first 10, they were boys. Okay, in that particular course, all the first 10, they were boys. And so when we go for the lunch, we normally take pictures and stuff like that. You see us going for lunch in a nice place, and we take pictures. And then when they sent it, one of the girls commented that, how come the lunch is the green list has turned into boys, so you use the word Boy Scout or something like that, okay, okay. So the second time when I was doing it, okay, because it was predominantly boys, they were all boys when we went. So the second time when I was doing it, I used the quota system, and the quota system was this. Okay, so this time around, I'm going to pick equal number of boys and equal number of girls. That's what I said, which to me, it wasn't fair. So what I decided to, I'll pick the best 5 boys and the best 5 girls. But to be honest with you, in that particular class, when I did it like that, even the first 10, even the 10th boy, okay, was still had a higher score than the first girl in the group. All right. So it wasn't fair. Okay. It was biased, but it was quota system, and it was predefined. Have you seen it? You see, like what our brother said earlier on, the participants were based on what? The selection of the participants, okay, were based on predefined groups. So the groups were defined clearly. And I told them before they wrote the exam that, okay, this next green list that we will be going in, I will pick the top 5 boys and the top 5 girls. Okay, and I pretty much like it that way, because I don't want to sit in a table with the table that all the people on the table, they are all men. We will start talking about football. We won't have anything to talk about again. All right, good. But when we have, my ladies there and stuff like that, it makes it a little bit more fun. Different topics, different issues to talk about and stuff like that. Okay, good. So this is example of quota system, whereby I define that I'll pick 5 boys and 5 girls, regardless of their performance, regardless of the performance. All that I was interested in it was that I picked what, okay. All that I was interested is top 5. Okay, so that is quota system. Okay, and so as we said earlier on, this quota system, we use it. It's quicker. Okay, when you want to get more or less, when you want to get more quick, okay, or some sort of what, explore, something like explore, okay, as we said earlier on, exploratory, okay, some sort of exploratory data, okay, or research. You want to do some sort of exploratory research or pilot, okay, pilot what? Pilot studies, okay, all right, one quick one, pilot studies, all right. When you do pilot study, which means that you have the intention to see what is there so that you can do some sort of what, in-depth, okay. And as our lady also said, you don't have time. You have limited time, okay, limited time. Yes, please. Okay,
So
limited time.
Does that mean that the service such as police, army, they use quota sampling?
Yes, we can use quota to get the people. We can use quota sampling. We can do that. They can decide that this year we are picking 60% men, 20%, 40% women. They can do that. They do in almost all places. Quota is done everywhere. All right. Quota is done everywhere. All right. Yes. If it favors you, praise the Lord. But if it doesn't, it's not a. So this one, even there, in the case of, let's say, army and stuff like that, it's not really sampling, okay, because we are not sampling them. They meet specific criteria, okay, and so it's like me taking those people for green list. It's not. I'm not really sampling them, but I'm using the quota system, okay. I'm using the quota system, and anytime you use quota system, it eliminates the issue of fairness. It is bias, okay. Do you understand that? It is not fair. It's not fair for the young man who was 8, who was the 8th highest in the class, to be put on the back seat while I pick the lady. Okay, the lady. It's not fair. Is that not it? All right. But the moment the ladies complain that, oh, Kwame, this is Boy Scout, it's not this and that. So, oh, as the ladies are saying, Kwame's weakness, my weakness. The ladies are complaining that it is Boy Scouts. Please, we're going to do 50-50. It doesn't matter whether even all the boys get 98%. I don't care. If the next best 5 girls, if it is starting from even 60%, I'll still pick the girls. Okay, good. That's quota system, and you define it on the onset. Okay, so here, what I just said now, I'm just giving some sort of scenario of quota system. You have predefined it. So army and co they are not really sampling. Okay, army and policing, they are not sampling, but the approach they use is a quota system. They use the quota system that they can decide that, oh, this year, or even good. Let me give you a typical example. This year admission. Okay, you can see that when you are admitting people, we did the major admission of those people who were already at home, who completed school in 2015. That's 14. Almost all the universities or UCC like that, we admitted those people already. we admitted huge number of those people who already are home. So let's take it this way, that we admitted those people are home. We admitted about 60% of them. And then we needed to top up. Okay, so those who did are waiting. Then we decided to add, let's say 40%. Okay, like for instance, so 40% of those who are that are waiting students. Okay, to wait. So in this case, you can clearly see that we are using quota system. Okay, and anytime you use quota system, there is some element of bias, because not everybody, people will not get in because you use quota system. But if we are to make it open, everybody has equal chance. That one is fairness. But anytime you introduce quota, there's bias. That's for sure. Okay, whether we are doing even sampling or non-sampling, like the scenario I gave you about taking these people for lunch, I'm not doing sampling. I'm using quota system. But the moment I introduce quota system, there is no fairness in it, because the young man who is sixth or seventh will feel peeved that how come I'm seventh, I did better than this girl, but the girl is going. Okay, all right, good. So anytime there is quota system, okay, whether sampling or not sampling, it's introduced where there is a component of bias in there. Okay, all right, good. So we use it, as I said earlier on, when you want to get a quick issue about the data you want for pilot studies, you don't have time, limited time, resources, okay, labor, all right, you don't have all those ones. So when you have you don't have much time, you don't have much resources, you don't have much labor, people to even assist you, then obviously quota is ideal to do. Okay, great. Now let's go to another type of sampling. Okay, let's go to another type of what? Sampling. Let's take convenience sampling, right? So another probability sample. Let's take convenience. Okay, convenience sampling. Okay, convenience word. Convenience sampling. Okay, we're going to talk about convenience sampling. All right. Now, when do we use convenience sampling? Yes, when do we use convenience sampling? When do we use it? Yep. What is convenience sampling at all? What is it? Yes. What is convenience sampling? Yes.
So it's normally employed. It's normally employed when the respondent can easily be reached.
Can be reached. Okay. So you see that here you see, which means that the readily availability, right? Is that not it? Availability, okay, availability, all right, of the word, of the participants, okay, of the participants, all right, okay, so which means that the people that I want to use them for my experiment, that I want to choose them to form the samples, okay, I will choose them based on their like the readiness. Okay, if you are even interviewing this one is doing long, you just snub the person, you can go to the next person. Do you understand that? Okay, it's like, so convenience sampling is basically the availability. All right, the researcher is sampling the subject for the sample. Okay, the individual has been selected. They are only based on their availability, all right, or readiness, okay, all right, the readiness to participate in the research. Do you understand that? Okay, do you get it? So their availability or accessibility, okay, accessibility, okay, to the participant, all right, all right. So people who are ready, okay, they are ready. They are not going to stress you. No, okay. People are close by. Okay, they could be your friends, people who are in the same course with. Okay, people who are your classmates. Okay, your buddies. All right, good. So this type of sampling, just like what you can see clearly, it has nothing to do with what. It has nothing to do with representation, right? All right. It's not. It has nothing to do with representation. I only interview people who are my friends. Okay, is that not it? You are going to do sampling, and then you are going to, let's say, administer questionnaire to people, and you only introduce people who are maybe your friends. Okay, friends, your friends. Okay, the participants are your friends. Okay, your classmates. Okay, classmates. Okay, football. No, where you go and watch people at the what? Maybe stadium. Maybe spectators. Okay, maybe church members. Okay, church members. Okay, all right, something of this nature. All right, so here you see, it's because you are interviewing them because you can just get access to them. Okay, all right, students in a class, students in a class, all right. So all these ones, so you be in a class, they'll come and give you questionnaire that just fill. Okay, so here it is purely convenience sampling. All right, you are not trying to not everybody has equal probability of being picked. Okay, so the sample you are going to create, not everyone has equal probability of being selected. All right, good. Okay, good. What else again? What other points can we say about this one? Well, what can you say about this one? Yes. What can you say about this one? Yes. So apart, so yeah, you actually get it is what?
Fast and expensive.
Fast, okay. So let's say if you go to the advantage, you go to the advantage, okay, it is what? It is fast, relatively what? Fast. Fast. What else again? What else again?
In terms of cost.
Okay, good. Yep. So relatively, so here, faster, cheaper. What else again?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
It saves time.
Yeah, so yeah, that should be under faster. What else again? What else again?
It's make the work easier.
Okay, so it's convenience, easy. Okay, great. Won't it be part of faster? Like easier. Which word? Which more scientific?
Yeah, sure.
It's where?
Easy.
Okay, all right. So
Hello?
relatively.
So I
Yes.
think
Hello?
faster,
Yes.
cheaper, and then flexible, they'll be on the same point.
Okay, so maybe you can say that labor effective or what?
Yeah, it's not labor intensive.
Maybe I would say labor and maybe cost effective, something like that. Okay, so effective, all right? Good. And then okay, good. Now let's see the disadvantages. Okay, what are the disadvantages of this one? Yeah, disadvantages here is okay, just like all non-probability samples, okay, okay, if I'm going to use what? Convenience sampling, okay, you interview people who are close by, people who are willing to talk to you, people who are available and stuff like that. Of course, there is going to be what? Introduction of what? Bias. Okay, good, all right, okay, this one is for instance, for Kwame, like that, in this class, if I'm picking people to do any work, definitely, or there's money they are going to give her. The Kwame automatically, I call my ladies. Okay, so here it is where bias will be there. The men will cry bias though. Okay, but okay, so here there's high risk of what? Bias. Good. High risk of what? Of bias, high risk of bias, just like other one. What else again? What else again? Yes, high risk of bias. What else again? You see that there's no way it can represent the population. There's no way. All right, there's no way. You only talk to people you know. you only talk to people, like for instance, sometimes you will be there and then somebody will make some funny comment about certain group, about certain tribe, because he met 1 or 2 people. Do you understand that? You see, just because you met 1 or 2 people, okay, like there was a time that there is this friend of mine, there is this lady friend of mine, okay, she said that she hates people who are called John. And I was like, what? People who are called John, when you have a lot of presidents in Ghana who are called John? What happened? Because one John broke her heart. So because of that, okay, good, all Johns, okay, great, okay. So maybe she sampled 1 John, and the 1 John went south. And because
Hello
of
there.
that, yes, please, okay.
We all know that there is an adage that says that one not spy whole soup. So probably out of the view.
Yes, yeah, I get it. That is adage, but that adage is not scientific.
But the lady can't say that too. How?
Yeah, it's not scientific. It's not scientific. Okay, yes, you can. It's not scientific. All right. So unless she has sampled like maybe 100 people and then use some vigorous statistical approach, analyze it, and then come into that conclusion. But until she does that, she can't conclude that all John people are bad, because that one, it will spoil my brand. Okay, all right, good. So which means that we can't generalize, okay, which means that there is limited, okay, there is based on random convenience sampling, which means that our findings cannot be generalized, okay, to the entire population, just like what we said earlier on. So our findings cannot be cannot be generalized, okay, okay, to the entire cannot be generalized, okay, to the entire pop, as we said earlier on. Okay, what else again? What else again? What else again? Okay, what else again? Okay, all right, good. Now, when do we use this one? When do we use when do we use when do we use convenience sampling? When do we use it? When do we use convenience sampling? Yes. When do we use convenience sampling? Yes. When do we use it? Yes. Okay. When do we use convenience sampling? Yes.
When we have limited time.
Okay. When you have limited time, you don't have time. Okay. You don't have all that luxury of time. So when you have limited time, convenience sampling is the word. Is the best. Okay. Good. So when your time is when you don't have time, the best is what is the convenient sampling. Okay. Good. Okay. When time is what time is limited. Okay, time is if you don't have time. Okay, so when time is limited, we can think of what using convenient sampling. Yes. What else again? What else again? What else again? Yeah. So we use it when we don't have much time. Okay. Yes. When do we use it again? When do we use it again?
When
So can we say inadequate resource?
Yeah. When you don't have good. So when your budget, the money is not there, okay? So you don't have much money. So when you have limited budget, okay, limited budget. Sometimes you want to do very beautiful work, but the money power is not there. Okay, so when you have limited budget or resource, okay, so the resource is limited. So you don't have when you have limited budget or resources, okay, okay, great. What else again? All right. What else again? What else again? When do we use it? Okay, just like I said earlier on, something if you want to get maybe more or less some sort of, you want to carry out pilot studies. Okay, pilot studies. Okay, so for pilot studies, basically your intention is to do more vigorous method later on. Okay, but you want to get rough idea of what is actually going on. What is you want to just get some cursory, okay, overview of something. All right. So your intention is to do maybe more vigorous work later on, but you want to get some sort of rough idea of what is there, what is exactly there. Okay. So when you want pilot studies or some sort of exploratory studies, okay, if you want to do some pilot studies or explore, okay, exploratory studies, okay, studies, okay, you can also use what convenient sampling. So that one, you basically take people close by, okay, people who are willing to participate, people who are your friends, your people in a classroom, okay, people at let's say you went to the stadium, okay. You see, if you go to football stadium to go and interview people, probability that the people you interview, all of them are men, is very, very high. Do you understand that? Because hardly, or if you go, most of the time, even men, even when you have DSTV at home, you don't want to watch the match at home. You want to watch the match where we can insult people and arguments and stuff like that, because that adds some sort of flavor to it. Do you understand? And when you go to such places, how many women will you see there? Only few. Do you understand that? So in this case, this is convenient sampling. Automatically, it doesn't represent the entire population. They are just some people those people who are the center watching the football match, those people who are your friends, those people you are in class with, who are willing to participate. Okay, so that is convenient word sampling. Okay, great. And let's go to the next one. The next example, yeah, so this one is the convenient sampling. This one is the quota. Okay, quota sampling here. And this is the convenient sampling. And let's go to the next one. Yes, let me duplicate my slide here. Okay, great. So what is the next sampling that we can? Yeah, what's the next sampling? Yes, the next one. Yes.
Purposive.
Which one? Purposive. Good. Well done. Okay, so let's go to purposive sampling. Okay, let's go to purposive. Okay, sampling. All right. Okay, good. So what is purposive sampling? When you say purposive sampling, what is it? Tell me something. Okay, when you say purposive sampling, what is it? I don't know what it is. Okay, that purposive sampling, what is it? That this is a purposive sampling. What is it? What is it at all? Somebody should help me. Yes. When you say purposive sample, what does it mean?
So it may involve a deliberate selection of people who are knowledgeable and experienced.
Okay. Okay, good. So here you can decide that, okay, you are going to sample people. Maybe let's take it this way, that you want to talk to people and then ask their opinion about maybe something, but you decided that no, it's not everybody. Okay, you decide that you talk to people who have been through life before. Sometimes, I mean, people, they do it. They say that no, people who have been through life, who have experience in something. Okay, so in this case, from the word go, you have deliberately decided, okay, to select people who have some experience, who have who have idea about what you want to do. Do you understand that? You are not just going to sample everybody. Okay, so let's take it this way, that you want something, you want to sample people, you want to do PhD. All right, definitely, if you want to do PhD and you want to talk to people about it, I mean, you would deliberately talk to people. Okay, deliberately talk to people who have done PhD. Do you understand that? All right. So in this case, this is purposeful sample. So in this case, as you said, so there's something we call deliberate. Okay, so which means that deliberate selection. Okay, selection of individuals, okay, individuals or participants, okay, who are exhibiting certain characteristics relevant to your work, your subject of interest, your question. Please, do you understand what I'm saying here? So what our brother was saying that here, there is also here, you see, that's what makes it purposive. You have deliberately, okay, so deliberate selection of individual or participant who are either knowledgeable, okay, knowledgeable, okay, or what else? Or they have what? So who are knowledgeable or experienced, or have what? Experience, some in-depth what? In-depth, some in-depth, okay, in-depth, okay, in-depth experience, all right, okay, in-depth experience, in-depth experience, okay, of the word, of the subject at stake, or your word, your research question, subject at stake, or subject at stake, or research interest, or question. All right. So here you wouldn't. Okay, great. So you wouldn't just go and pick anybody. You wouldn't just go and pick anyone, but you would deliberately pick individuals or your participants, okay, to form your work. So the participants you are picking, okay, to form your work. So the participant you are picking to form your work, okay, form your sample, okay. There are people who are knowledgeable or who have in-depth experience, okay, of the subject of interest, or relevant to your word, your research question or your research interest. So you wouldn't pick anyone, no, okay, that, oh, I'm going to do PhD, I need a rough idea about PhD, all right, and then you are going to pick the people. You deliberately pick people who are knowledgeable about it, okay. So the fact that you are not sampling everybody and you have deliberately picked people who have been through it, who have in-depth knowledge, okay, who have in-depth experience, okay, of the subject, the subject at stake, or your research interests, or your research questions. So whatever experience that they have, or whatever knowledge that they have, okay, those things are relevant, okay, all right, okay, they are relevant to your research interest or your research question. Then that makes it what? A purposeful sample or purposive sampling strategy. So you are not picking everyone, you are picking people, okay, to form your sample. Those people that you are picking to form your sample, they are people who are knowledgeable or who have experience, okay, okay, knowledgeable or experience, okay, all right, that are what? That are relevant, that are important to the subject of interest or your research interest or your research questions. They are the people that you will pick and then talk to. Okay, so that one is what? Purposive sampling. Okay, all right, good. Okay, all right. Now my question is, okay, so what are, apart from the fact that we know it is where it is non-random sampling, okay, the key element here is that the selection is what? Deliberate. Is deliberate, okay, all right. And then the people you are picking them is based on their word, their knowledge, okay, or their experience that will earn them a seat, okay, in your sample size. All right. If not, they won't be there. For instance, I want to talk to people how is becoming a president or governing a nation looks like. Do you think I'll be part of that sample? Okay, my ladies, Do you think, Kwame, no matter what I do, will I be part? Okay, you want to talk to people about how is it like to govern a nation. Kwame here, I want to be part of that sample. That sample that they are going to. It doesn't matter how they do the sampling. I'll be quite surprised if they pick me, all right? Because you want people who are knowledgeable about governance, okay, who have governed people, okay, maybe former President Kufuor, maybe Mama, and maybe Akufo-Addo, okay, so people who have the experience, okay, people who have been through it before, all right, then you want to talk to them about it. All right, great. Okay, so what are the advantages of this one? What are the advantages of this one? Yes. What are the advantages of this one? What are the advantages? What are the advantages? Yes, advantages. Yes. What are the advantages?
So can we say it is efficient?
Efficient in terms of what?
In the sense that there's no need to chase or go after a huge number of people since you know the target group that you are going for.
Okay, well, that is good. Okay, so here, efficient because the target groups are where you know where you are starting from. That's good. That's a nice point. Okay, so efficient. Okay, efficient in the sense that so efficient. Okay, in a sense that the target group. Okay, the target group is what? Is small. Okay, it's small. All right, it's not everybody you call. It's small. Okay, or very specific. Let me say very, very specific. All right, so it's not everybody. No, you won't call me. All right, good. Okay, what else again? What else again? What other advantage you can think about? Yes. Purposeful samples, so like what I just said. Let's take it this way that you want to talk to how is it like experience in governing a state. Okay, maybe somebody.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. What else?
Getting participant is very easy as well.
Okay. Won't it still be part of the efficient? Okay. Won't it be part of the efficient for what? It is efficient. And then I added that in a sense that the target group is small. Okay, and they are very specific. If I want to talk to people about how is it like to govern large group of people, maybe even in UCC here, the people I will talk to are the vice chancellors.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
When you talk about targeted group, it means a group which are maybe very unique, and then when we talk about very specific as well, maybe a group which are very knowledgeable. So I think getting with this one is kind of different from getting the participant is very easy. Maybe we have a group that they are very knowledgeable, but when selecting, it's only one or two that we are picking out of that specific group. So I think it will be different points.
You see, what I'm thinking is that you see from what we say it is efficient. Why is it efficient? It's efficient in a sense that if I want to speak to, let's say you want to speak to people who have survived maybe plane crash, people who have survived cancer treatment, they've gone there as cancer survivor, people have been to plane crash, okay, like that, or people's experience, people who have been to America, okay. So in this case, you can see that the definition, your purpose is very, very specific, okay, like it's quite specific, and because it is specific, you know where to get them. Do you understand that? Okay, so I want people who have survived maybe cancer survivors or something like that. I'll go to specific individuals who have gone through the chemotherapy and they have survived. All right, or people who have survived plane crash. I want to get their experience and stuff like that. So it is not something that I'm going to base on randomness, that I don't know what I want. What I want is very specific. The individuals that I want, they are very few. They are limited in the population. They are few. So the target group for this particular study, they are not all that much. Okay, if I want to talk to people who have governed Ghana before, how many people that I'm going to speak to? Currently, I can only literally speak to just 3 people. Please, you understand what I'm saying? If I want to
Yes, sir.
study, I only speak to 3 people, people who have governed. My study is to find out how is it like, what are the things you need to do to govern Ghana, okay? And I want that knowledge. The people I want to speak to on this matter, the only 3, literally the only 3 people, President Mama, Akufo-Addo, and Kufuor. That's it. These are the only 3 people I can speak to now currently. Okay, so in this case, you say, I'm talking about Ghana. Now,
I'm talking of the vice presidents.
I mean, yes. I mean, if the vice presidents are, yes, I can add the vice president too. Do you understand that? Okay, good. But even if I add a vice president, how many people can I speak now? 4, right? I can speak to only 4 people. Okay, so 5. The certain vice president. Okay, so in this particular case, so the number of people that you could talk to, they are few, only 5 people, the whole nation Ghana. I have a research, and the research is such a way that the target group is so specific. Okay, they are very limited to a extent that I just have to talk to just 5 people. That is it. And that makes it quite efficient. I'm not going about to go and chase other people here and there. No. Only 5 people. Once I get them, that is it. That's all. Okay, good. All right. So any other points? Any other points? Yes.
We say that
it is time efficient.
It is time efficient. Good. So cost. It is cost. What about cost? So cost.
Yes.
Cost and what? Cost. Time.
And time efficient.
Okay. Good. Okay. So cost and time and what? Efficient. Okay. All right. Good. So then this efficient. Okay. So here we use efficient because no, I will use effective for this one. I will use it. Okay, so cost and time effective for this one. Okay, good. So cost and time effective. Okay, I wouldn't waste so much time. Or all that I'll go is that I want to interview people about how Ghana, the governance of Ghana. What will I do? I'll just board a car, make arrangements, and speak to what? Speak to President Mama, speak to President Akufo-Addo, speak to President Kufuor, speak to President Bawumia, speak to the Vice President Bawumia, speak to Vice President Nana. Okay, like that. Okay, so in this particular case, you can see that it is targeted. Okay, all right, good. And then you can see that because you are relying on what? The information that you are going to get will be quite what? The information that you will get, okay, is quite in-depth. Is that not it? Okay, the information, because you are taking it from experts. Okay, the topic that you are actually working on will, in terms of what? The information that you get what? In-depth knowledge from it, because you are talking to somebody who has once been a president. All right. So in that case, you get what? You get in-depth knowledge about what? The information that you are going to acquire from the studies. Okay. All right, good. So this purposeful sample like that, you are likely to what? So here you're likely to get what? You're likely to get insight, in depth. Okay, so the information that you will get. Okay, so you get what? In-depth information. Okay, so in-depth, okay, in-depth what? In-depth insight or information. Okay, all right, in-depth insight or information. All right, because you are going to talk to people who are knowledgeable. They have deep knowledge about something. They have in-depth knowledge about something. Okay, that you are going to talk to. Okay, all right, great. All right, now let's see some of the disadvantages. What are some of the disadvantages? So this disadvantages of sampling these people. Okay, sampling. Okay, disadvantage. So let's say disadvantage. What are the disadvantages? Yes. Somebody should help me. What are the disadvantages?
The selection is subjective.
Okay, it is subjective, purely. Okay, all right. It is purely subjective. Subjective. All right. Okay, purely subjective. The selection is subjective, and once the selection, so selection is what is subjective, and once the selection is subjective, then it means there is what there is a high risk of what bias. All right, good. Then what else again? What else again? What else again? Yeah.
So can we say limited generalization?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is you only talk to 3 people. The fact that somebody has been the president doesn't mean that that person is a repertoire of all human wisdom. Do you understand that? I used to, you see, when we were a kid, when I was a kid, there was this man. We know that he worked in the sea. Okay, he was a seaman. He was working in ships and stuff like that. But he used to tell us stuff that, you see, we were believing whatever he was telling us. Why? Because he had worked in the sea, like, he had worked in ship all his life for over 35 years or so. Okay, but some of the things that he was telling us, they were not true. There was a time that he told us that there was a shipwreck, and then he lied down in the depth of the sea for 1 month without breathing. Do you understand that? And we believed him. Okay, you see, today, to the Gen Z kids, they will pick the phone and even Google and say, hey, uncle, you are lying. Okay, so yes, the fact that we are only going to talk to people, just these are 3 people, few people that we are going to talk to, it is difficult that the result can be generalized to the entire population. No, we can't. So we can't, in terms of what? So the outcome, the findings, okay, cannot, okay, just like the other, cannot be what? Cannot be generalized, okay, cannot be generalized, okay, okay, to the what? To the entire population, entire pop. And that one actually cuts across board for what? For non-probability sampling. Okay, so non-probability sampling, the findings, we can't actually generalize it. Okay, we can't use it to generalize for the entire population. You only spoke to just few people, all right, and it's not enough. Okay, all right, great. Okay, great, beautiful. Okay, so we'll just limit ourselves to this. But okay, so we talked about the being cost effective. We talked about this one, and then as we said, so it's more of we talk to the experts on the field, people who have experience on something. Okay, so it's not everybody. People who have experience or people who are experts of something. Okay, that we'll talk to. Okay, all right. So sometimes, so that is why sometimes when the buggers, when they come back, you see a lot of people will surround them, and then they give us the talk about the life overseas and stuff like that. And sometimes truly they lie. Sometimes they add untruly, they embellish what they tell us. Okay, and stuff like that. Okay, good. So yes, so there are findings that you get from purposive sampling cannot be used for the general population. All right, great. All right. Now, my question I'm going to ask is that, so now, you see, we've talked about various sampling. Okay, we've talked about various sampling. Now, the question I ask is that, how do we choose sample method? Like, whether we are going to do sampling at all? What are the factors that will influence the type of sampling to be done? Okay, so let's see. Okay, factors that word that influence, factors that influence what the, okay, the sampling method. Okay, what are the factors that influence that? Yes. What are
time?
Yeah.
Time.
Yes, please. Please, I'm listening. So whether purposeful sampling or whatever, what are the factors that will influence? Like, in your opinion, what are the factors? Okay, what are the factors that will influence? Okay, the type of the sampling process that you are going to do. Yes. What are the factors? Yes.
Population size.
The population size. Okay, good. So you see the type of word, the population size. Okay, good. What else again? Okay, so one. So some of the things that let's go one by one. Okay, so we can talk of what the size of the population. Okay, the size of the population.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. Okay, so hello,
sir.
I'm listening.
Yeah, the factors. Are you talking about the non-sampling method or sampling in general?
Yeah, so whether probability sampling, what will the sampling process that you are going to adopt? Do you understand that? The sampling process that you are going to adopt, the sampling methods they are going to adopt. That is whether you are going to use a probability sampling or non-probability sampling. Okay, what will influence that? Do you get that in my question? What will influence your sampling method? The sampling method. What will influence it? Okay. What will influence the sampling method? Yeah, that's the question. Okay. Yes. And then our brother said, what's the first one? Yeah. So what are the things that will influence it? That I'm going to use.
So I think somebody mentioned the first point too.
The first point is what? The population size.
The first mentioned population size.
Okay, yeah, the population size. Okay, good. All right. So let's say the population size. Okay, the pop size. Okay, population size. All right, good. Okay, population size. Okay, good. What else again? What else again? The what?
Participants.
Okay, the participants. Okay, the participants. Okay, good. So the population size. We can talk about the participants as well. Participants. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. What else again?
Sir, please. So with participants, won't it fall under population?
No, I want to listen. I want to listen to everything that they will have. After that, we'll group them. So let them bring all the points they have in mind.
Okay.
Let everybody bring it. Good.
Okay, sir. Then I will talk about resources.
The accuracy
resources. Okay, so next one, resources, right? Resources. Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Resources. Okay, resources. You have to be a little bit specific. Maybe time. Okay, maybe time stroke resource. Time and word. Maybe time and resources. Okay, good. Okay, good. What else again?
Accuracy or something.
And then maybe let me. Can I add cost here? Let me add cost here. Cost. Okay. Okay. What else again?
You need to consider the accuracy of something.
The accuracy. No. Yes, please.
Research
representativeness.
The what?
Representativeness.
Okay, good. So research what? Objective. So research what? Objective. Okay, great. Research objective. Okay, what else again?
Representativeness.
The representativeness. What does it mean?
Whether your research you want to be able to generalize it or you don't want to generalize it.
Okay.
Whether the sample can represent the population.
Okay. Okay. So
ethical,
what?
Ethical consideration.
Okay, so come again with your term again. Come again with your term. What did you say again? Come again.
I said representativeness.
Okay, representativeness. Okay, representativeness.
Ethical consideration.
Okay, good. Ethics. Okay, representativeness. Good. And then we talk of what? Ethics.
Data collection.
Good. Well done. Ethics.
Data collection.
Okay, so ethics of your work. Good. What else again?
Data collection method.
Data collection method. Data collection method. What else again? Yes. Yes. Anything more? Anything more? Anything more? Okay. Now with these points that you've given me, I can categorize them all. Okay. I can categorize them such that I can put them maybe something like resource factors. Okay. So the resource factors will deal with the word. So here, okay, see resource factor. Okay, if I group this one under resource factor, okay, I can put time, cost, okay, time, cost, okay, accessibility, okay, accessibility, or okay, time, cost, accessibility, and then even sometimes the cooperation of the people. Sometimes you go to a place, they are going to collect data, and then you go there and it is difficult, okay, they are not cooperating with you. So cooperation of the people, okay. So here we can talk of the practical, okay, if you go to stage, you can talk of the practical factors, okay, here practical stroke resource factors, all right. And then sometimes it is also based on the what, the research that you want to. So for when we come to the research aspect, so here let me put this one as maybe B, point B here, all right. Then if I go to point A, let's say point A, what can I get from point A? Point A, I can talk of the research goal. We have somebody, okay, yeah, so somebody said research goal. So let's take it, let's put the research context, the caliber, the type of research. Okay, so research type, okay, the research word, the research type, all right, the research, okay, the research, all right, okay, the research factors, okay, all right, or research type. So on the research factors there, that one I can, the goal of the study, okay, what sort of research am I conducting? Okay, so in that case, I'll put here, and the research type, okay, the research type will define, will tell me what sort of what is my goal, my research goal, or my study goal, okay, or objective. So my study goal will tell me whether I should use probability sampling or non-probability sampling. As our brother said, the representativeness, that it's my focus that at the end of the day, I want to do inferential statistics. I want a situation that I'll be able to use my data, the sample that I've gotten, to generalize, okay, the word, to generalize for the entire population. Do I have that thing in mind? Okay, so research goal or the study goal is also part. So the study goal will help me to know what type of word, whether I'm supposed to use what, I'm supposed to use probability sampling or non-probability sampling method. Okay, all right, good. So the research goal, okay, if I want a situation that at the end of my studies, I want to be able to use my data to generalize for that of the entire population, then of course I have to use what? I have to use probability sampling. Okay, good. I have to use probability sampling. If I just want to get maybe understanding of something, then I can use non-probability. I just want to talk to the head of state to get idea about governance. That I will sample the people, a sample. I will do the sampling, but this sample is non-probability sampling. It is specifically purposive sampling. Okay, my idea. So the research goal, okay, in this case, so the research goal here will help me that is what is my research goal? What's my study goal? Do I want to get generalization, okay, generalization for the population? Is that my objective? Is that what I want to achieve? If I want to do generalization at the end of my studies, if I want my findings to be used to generalize, okay, or to make inferences about the population, then of course, in this case like that, I'll be thinking of doing what? Probability sampling. But if my goal is just to get what? insight. If my goal is not for, okay, here, so this is one, okay, like that. If my goal is to get insight, okay, insight into something, okay, insight or in-depth knowledge or understanding, maybe deeper understanding, all right, I will do what? I will do non-probability, non-pro, because I want to get what? I want to get expert knowledge on something. Okay, so there's no need for me to sample the entire population. All right, good. So your study, the research, the type of research that you are, first of all, your goal. Okay, so under the research factors, okay, under the research factors, okay, you should define your goal. What do you want to find? Do you want a situation that at the end of the day you can generalize your data? Go for probability sampling. But maybe your research is purposely to get insight, to get deeper understanding of something. Then of course, this one, you are not going to use what? You are not going to use probability sampling. You are going to use non-probability sampling. Still on the research factors, another thing we can also talk about. So on the research factors here, I can talk of the goal here, okay? Still under the research factor, okay, under the research factor, okay, under the research factor, let me put factor here, okay. Under the research factor, I can get one, the study goal or the study objective, okay. What do I want to achieve at the end? Is it generalization? Another thing that I can also get from here, from the research factor, is that in the research context, the population size. So the population size that our brother talked about will be under research factor, okay? That what's the population? Do I want the entire very large population? Do I want diverse people? Do I want men and women, including children? You went to the school. Do you want everybody from class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, all the way to JSS 3 for the studies? Do you want that? Or you just want, so here, the population size, okay, will also define what sort of sampling method you should use. Okay, all right. So the population size, the nature of the population size, not even just the population size, and then the subgroups, the groups within them, and their what, and their subgroups. Okay, their subgroups, the divisions. All right. Okay, the divisions, or let me use maybe strata within the population. All right. Okay, so the population size. Okay, what is the size of the population, and what are the strata? What are the groups? Okay, what are the groups? The subgroups. Okay, the subgroups. Okay, within the population. All right, could also influence it. All right. So all these ones that we are talking about, these are the research aspects, the research factors that you consider. Okay. And then we can also talk about what, because if you look at the points that the PDF that I gave you, there's this nice point. There's something we call still under the research factor. There's something we call the sampling frame. Okay, so the sampling frame is like okay, those individuals forming the population. Okay, when we talk of the sampling frame, those individuals forming the population. So let's take it, the sample. Okay, that's a sampling word, sampling frame. Okay, the sampling frame. Okay, when we talk of the sampling frame deals with those individuals. Like here, we're talking about the individuals who are actually forming the word, the individuals who are actually forming, okay, the individuals in the word, in the population. Okay, all right. Okay, so the sampling frame, we are dealing with the individuals within the word, within the population. Okay. All right, the individuals, the list, okay, the specific, let's take it this way, that individuals, that the actual people, all right, the actual data, like, you know, those people within, okay, the population themselves, okay, the actual list. Yeah, hello, are they class? So I'll call you back. Are they office? Are they class? All right. So when we talk of the sampling frame, we are actually referring to the individual, that the specific list. Okay, the specific list like that. Okay, the specific list or the source. Okay, from which that you would draw your sample. Please, are you with me? All right. So when we talk of the sampling frame, all right. So here we are talking about the actual, okay, the actual list. Okay, we are talking about the actual list or the specific list or specific word, specific that we are talking about the specific source. Okay, all right, from which okay the researcher draws the sample, okay, from which the researcher, okay, the researcher draws.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. The sample.
Please, another research factor.
Yes.
Population size and
yes.
I don't get.
You didn't get a population size.
I've gotten it, but the word over there, I don't know.
Population size and their structure, that the groups. Okay. So structure, we are talking about the subgroups within the population.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying here. Okay.
Yes, please.
So when you talk of the sampling frame, we are talking about the actual list. Okay, the list of those the specific list. Okay, from which that the researcher is going to take the individuals. Okay, that is what we talk about. That's the sampling frame. Okay, the actual, this is the actual list. Okay, like the way that, for instance, if we're going to carry out the systematic sampling, okay, the way we list all the individuals and then we'll pick them up according to her. So that actual list, okay, all right, the actual list from which the individuals will be selected, that is the sample frame. Okay, all right. So you need to consider the sample frame as well. All right, the actual list, okay, from which, okay, the individuals or the subject will be selected. Okay, all right, will be okay. The researcher draws the sample. That's the actual. Okay, good. And then another thing is another point that is also something. Remember that when we were talking about the last time when we were talking, we made mention of the error, something we call confidence level. Okay, the confidence level. All right. Now the confidence level. So let's take it this way that I'll give some scenario right now and then. So let's say something we call confidence. Okay. Let me use precision and precision stroke accuracy. Okay. Let me use confidence level. Okay. Let's say confidence level. Okay, I will explain that. Okay, and this one has to do with this confidence level deals with confidence level and error, margin of error. Okay, good. Now let me ask you this question. You were there, they tell you that, oh, this drug that you are going to take, or this doctor, let's say you go to hospital, that somebody is going to perform a surgery on you, and you were told that, oh, this doctor, there are two doctors who are going to who are expect in doing the operation. One of them, he has done 100 operation, and only 2 people died. There's another doctor, okay, he has done 200 operations and 160 people died. Okay, did you hear what I just said? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good. So, and then 2 of them, and then let me even add third person. The third person has done 10 surgeries, 8 people have died. Okay.
We're forming
Move forward now, move forward.
Yeah, but you know, that doctor needs to be arrested.
Why? What are you talking about?
Make us all professor.
That is his or her faith. Please allow. Please allow.
All right, allow. Let's move on. You see, based on what I said, okay, you see that if the person who has carried out 100 surgeries and only 2 people has died, if they tell you that that person has traveled to Bolaga, he will come in a week's time, you rather wait.
We are waiting.
I'll wait to. I'll even travel to that place.
So you can see a person who has done 100 surgeries and his only 2 people, okay, have perished from his hand. You have so much confidence, okay, than the person who has done 10 surgeries and even if the person, listen, even if the person has done 4 surgeries, or let's say the person has done 5 surgeries and 4 have survived, okay, 5 surgeries, 4 survived, and the other person has done 100 surgeries and only 2 people, the 98 people survived. You see, if you look at the person's sample size, his sample size is big. You see, so the bigger the sample size, you see that your level of confidence in the data is high. Have you seen it? The person has performed 100 surgeries and only 2 people have died. And then this doctor has performed 5 surgeries and 1 person has died. Okay, so clearly, if you go to hospital and then these 2 doctors are there, you can see that because this one, the level, your confidence level is high. Why is your confidence level is high? Your confidence level is high based on the sample size you were told. So let's say you go there, you were told that all of them, let's take it there. Oh, there are 2 doctors, all of them. Let's take it this way. Let's take it this way. There are 2 doctors, all of them, their percentage accuracy is 80% accuracy. So there are 2 doctors. One of them 80%, the other, all of them have 80% accuracy. Okay, good. 80% accuracy. You know the question you need to ask? What you need to ask is how many people have they operated on? So one of them has operated on 1,000 people. 200 people have died. Then the other one has operated on what? 10 people. 2 people have died. You see, all of them have the same word, the same accuracy. The accuracy is 80%. But still, even though the other one, more people have perished from his hand, but you still have confidence in the one who has done 1,000 with 800 people surviving than the one who has done 10 and 8 people surviving. Is that not it? Okay, so the confidence level, okay, all right, the confidence level, okay, and then the margin of error, which more or less defines the word, the precision, okay, the precision or the accuracy, okay, the accuracy, okay, the accuracy, all right, okay, has to do with the word, this confidence level and then the margin of what error. They all have something to do with the what, with the sample size. Okay, so the sample size here will tell me the sample size. The sample size. Okay, the sample size will tell you. All right. So if you tell me that, okay, so oh, I've done these studies, okay, and then when you do the studies, you say that after the studies that you've done, you say that men are scam. Then okay, studies conducted by maybe one lady. At the end of the studies, boldly written, men are scam. Okay. The first question you ask, what is your sample size? Oh, I talked to 3 people. You will scream, how dare you, you talk to 3 people and you conclude that men has come based on 3 people. Do you understand that? You see, you want that information from somebody who has what? From somebody who has sampled maybe 1,000 men, okay, and then work on that data. So you see that here, the accuracy or the precision of the data will actually define what sort of sample size should I take. Okay, how many individuals do I need to select for my samples? Okay, so the sample size that you are going to take will eventually tell me the margin of error and then the confidence level I will have in your findings. Okay, when the sample size is small, okay, the margin of error is high, and then the level of confidence will come down. But when the sample size is large, you understand that? Because we know that when the sample size is large, that sample adequately represents the population. In that case, the confidence level is high, and then the margin of error is what? Is low. Okay, all right, good. So based on the sample size, if they tell you that a doctor, all of them have what? All of them have 80% accuracy. All right, that they will make their accuracy stuff is that they will do everything like 80% that you will survive. Okay, but you want to see the one with high experience. This one has operated on what? On 1,000 and 800 people have survived, and this one has just operated on 10 and 8 people have survived. All of them 80%. But in terms of error, okay, margin of error, the margin of error is what? Is high for the person who has only operated on just 10 people, okay, as compared to the one who has operated on what? On 1,000. Okay, good. So here, another thing you consider when it comes to the research factor, okay, is your accuracy. What sort of accuracy do you want? Okay, all right. There are some things that if you want to test, you have to raise the level of the confidence level should be very, very high, which means that the error, the margin of error should be very, very low. For instance, if it is drug for children, okay, if the drug for children, sometimes we conduct the studies, and then the study is such a way that the significance level is like 0.01%. Okay, all right, which means that I expect the researcher to be right up to 99.9%. Okay, that's the level of confidence that I should have. So the margin of error should be very low because you are dealing with what? Human life. And for you to have that margin of error, your sample size should be very what? Should be very large. You should have very large sample size. Okay, great. Then another, so all these things that we've talked about, this is from the researcher's perspective. Okay, from the researcher's perspective. So the purpose of the study, what is the population that I'm going to pick? What is the population size and the divisions, the subgroups within the population? What are they? What is the sampling frame? Okay, that's the actual list, okay, or the specific source from which the researcher draws the sample. Okay, good. That sample frame. And then the accuracy or the precision. So here we are talking about what the confidence level and the margin of error. And that confidence level and margin of error is inextricably related to the sample size. The bigger sample size you pick, the higher the confidence level in the data. Okay, because when you pick big sample, if the sample size is very big, it means that it adequately represents the population. And so the findings that you are going to get, we can use it to extrapolate for the entire population. Okay, when you use very large sample size. Okay, good. And then when it comes to the B aspect, okay, so you can see that, so this is for the A. Now the B aspect, I made mention of what the resources. So here the resources plus maybe logistics, okay, or maybe practical. Okay, so let's say practical or resource factor. So here practical or resource factor on the field also. What are the things that could militate your sample size on the field in practical sense? Okay, the practical factors has to do with time, has to do with how much do you have, has to do with what is the accessibility. Okay, the people that are going to participate in in my sampling, are they accessible? Okay, and even if they are accessible, are they going to cooperate with me? Okay, these are the practical or the practical or resource factors. Okay, and then you made mention of what? You made mention of another person made mention of what? Ethics. Ethics are very, 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 very important. Okay, so like the vulnerable group. So we have ethical factors. Sometimes you have the word. Okay, you have everything here tick the box, but you go and then it is not ethical because maybe the vulnerable group cannot be protected. You see the ethics. Sometimes the ethics of the word, ethical factors that you need to consider. Okay, maybe you are going to take blood sample from pregnant women. All right. Okay, you are going to determine people's HIV status. Now, okay, in as much as the knowledge has advanced and stuff like that, I mean, people don't want their HIV status to be displayed on public view or something like that. Okay, unless the person willingly want to do it. Okay, so they want to know how would the data be protected. Do you understand that? So those ethical issues, okay, those ethical issues need to be dealt with. Okay, all right, good. And then so here, this representativeness that our brother brought will still be part of the word, will be part of the sampling size. Okay, great. And then research objective will be this research objective that our brother said will also be part of the word, the goal. Okay, the research objective. So objective here. Okay, research objective. Okay, that is good. All right. And another thing. Okay, so here, where is my ethics? Have I taken my ethics away? Okay. All right. So let me put the ethics here. Okay. So C. So ethics. Okay. So ethical word consideration. Okay. All right. Great. If I'm going to take blood sample from pregnant women, you see already pregnant women are prone to anemia. In here, you are going to take blood sample from them. You are going to work on children, okay, in their schools. Okay, you take their blood samples. Okay, you need to take consent from their parents and stuff like that. So sometimes the ethical factors you need to consider is also very, very, very important. And then sometimes on the field, operational factors. Okay, all right. Sometimes the operational factors that you are going to get, okay, it's like operational factors when you are there, okay, maybe D, operational factors. Operational factors, okay, so when you talk of the operational factors, okay, so the operational factors like that, we are talking about the skill of the person, okay, skill of the people that we are going to employ, the skills of those people are going to employ. We're talking about the supervision, okay, who is going to supervise the sampling, okay, if it's a school, are the teachers, all right, and stuff like that. People are going to take the oversight responsibilities, and then and stuff like that, and then maybe even reporting, okay. Sometimes people will forge the results, okay. They don't want the they will forge the results. It's something you give questionnaire to people, and then sometimes 10 questionnaire, instead of them to go and give it to people to administer, they can go and sit under a tree, and then they will fill it and come and give it to you, okay. There are instances like that, okay. So all these ones, these are general factors, okay. So factor from the research point of view, factors that you need to consider when you are dealing with the word. So the practical factors, the ethical factors, all these ones, they tend to influence the word, the sampling method. If I go to a place and the people are not cooperative, let's take it this way, that I go to place, I'm doing random sampling, I sample the place, and they are not cooperative. Okay, you go to the place, they are not cooperative. What will you do? You go to place that are the places that are cooperative, and you going to the places that are cooperative means that you are no longer using random sampling. You are no longer using probability sampling. So ideally, you would have gone for probability sampling. But here you are, the people are not cooperative. So eventually, you have to go to places where the people are cooperative. Okay, and so you, instead of going by probability sampling, you are now going by non-probability sampling, because either you are not accessible to people, okay, or ideally you would love to do probability sampling, but you don't have the time, you don't have the money to do it. What will you do? You want quick stuff. So obviously you have to rely on what? On a non-probability sampling to do it. Okay, great. Beautiful point. All right, good. Then let's see. What about if I want to, okay, what about if there's this question that in the PDF that I gave you. If I want the sample, okay, to represent, let's take it this way, that I want my sample to represent the population. Okay, what are the things that would determine that? Okay, let's take it this way, that I want my sample to represent. So someone said representativeness. So let's take it this way. If I want my sample to represent the population, what are the things, what are the very key things that I will factor, I will consider? Okay, all right. So let me duplicate this one. Okay, let me go down here. Okay, so let's say if I want factors that will determine my work, factors that will determine factors that will determine the representativeness. Oh no, okay, the representativeness of the sample to the pop. Okay, you see, the reason is that anytime we do what, we carry a sample, we want the sample to represent the population as possible. So what do you think? What is the main point that will ensure that? Yes, there's one we've talked about. What is the one main point? Yes. Okay, if I want, you see, anytime you do sampling, what we expect is that, okay, the ideal thing is our sample should mirror our population. That's what we want. But what will determine that? Yes. What will determine that? Yes. Anybody from the audience? Yes. One, it's not the sample size. Okay. The sample size. Okay. So the bigger the sample size, okay, the bigger the sample size, okay, the more it's what? Okay, or the closer, okay, the more it's what the more it approximates the population, okay, the population, all right, the more, okay, so the bigger the what, the bigger The bigger the sample size, the more it approximates the population. All right, good. What else again? Yeah, what else again? Any other point? Any other point from the audience? Yes.
Sampling method.
The sampling method. Okay, good. The sampling procedure. Okay, so sampling procedure. How you went by it? Procedure. How the steps you use. So the sampling procedure. Okay, all right. The sampling the procedure you use. All right, to acquire. Okay, all right, good. What else again?
Level of bias.
Population diversity.
The what?
Population diversity.
The population diversity. Can you throw more light? Can you throw more light on it?
When we talk about population diversity, simply means that is how you are going to vary your population in that when there is a hazard. How you are going to capture them when you are not able to, like a difficult area that you cannot be able to capture them.
So won't it be part of the procedure?
No. Example is when we're doing the population and housing census in 2021. Alongside there was a bridge that collapsed where we cannot be able to cross.
All right.
To count the people. So what we did was that we used the first part of it and imagine the number of people that were over there, because it was harder for us to cross the bridge in order to go and count them.
Okay. And so what's your point again?
So my point is population diversity.
Population diversity. You see, you're talking about diversity. So the population diversity aspect, to me, will be captured in the sample size. Okay. So you see, because once we increase the sample size, we increase the sample size such a way that virtually within the structure within the population will be accounted for. Okay. All right. For instance, let's take it this way, if I throw dice 6 times, probability that I will get sometime if I throw dice 6 times, it is possible that I can get 1, maybe 3 times. No, like I can get just one, number 1, like figure 1, I can get it 3 times. But if I throw that die 10,000 times, believe me, I will likely to get almost 1/6 of each. Okay, at the end of the day. If I throw it 10,000 times, okay, I'm likely to get. So the point you are making, okay, I think it will still be under the sample size. Okay, all right, good. Yes, anything more? Yes, yes, please.
Level of biasness.
The level of biasness. What determine? Okay, the level of biasness. Like you would define the level of bias before the experiment. Because honestly, if it is error or precision that you are talking about, because we talk of the margin of error. So the margin of error also has something to do with the sample size. Because if your sample size is small, the error margin is high. If the sample size is huge, the error margin is low. So for instance, okay, you see that most of the times, if you remember when we write something like that, sometimes when we calculate percentage, let's say, when you say 10%, we can say that, oh, the work is, the score is 10% here. We'll write 10% like that. And then we'll put into brackets between, let's say, 75% to 90%. So 90%. So what is here is what we call confidence interval. What it means is that, yes, I have calculated this, but I expect that the true value should lie between 75 and 90. Okay, why? Because you use sample to do this calculation. So you do the calculation here. Likewise, sometimes you do some calculation, and then when you finish, what you do again, you do something we call error, standard error. Okay, standard error. Okay, like that. So let's say standard error. Okay, or standard deviation. And then when you do the standard error, so you can say that, oh, when I calculated the mean, it is 10. It is, let's say, 24. Then you go plus or minus. Okay, you add those plus or minus what? Minus 2. So this plus or minus 2 is the error margin. Do you understand that? Okay, so this is the error margin. So which means that the true value will either be 22 all the way to what? 26. You understand? So you've calculated this, but you know that the true value will be what? Will be between 22 and 26. So you give room for the error. And so usually the error margin is very big if the sample size is small. Okay, the error margin is very big if the sample size is small. Okay, so the third point that I have here is what? The third point that I have here is the what is the participant. Okay, sometimes the participant, the subject of the what, the participation, the subject. Okay, the subject of the samples. Okay, the subject. Okay, into bracket the participant. Okay, so the participant can also, okay, let's say you've selected a person. Now the following day you go, the person has traveled. He was part of the sample. He has traveled. What will you do? You can't do anything about it. Do you understand that? Some people, sometimes the data can even get missing. Okay, sometimes you collected this data, you are following up, you go there, the person is not there. Okay, so for population, for the sample to represent, ideally what we expect that our sample should adequately represent the population, but that will depend on the sample size that we pick, the sampling procedure we used, and then the participants themselves, the subject of the word of the sample, okay, could determine that. All right, great. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is something we call what? This one we can run this one quickly. Okay, all right. We're going to talk about data organization and presentation. Okay, we're going to talk about what? Data organization and presentation. Okay, great. So let's see the next one. That's the data word. Data organization. Okay, data organization. All right. Data organization and presentation. Okay, great. Now, what is data organization at all? What is data organization? When you say data organization, what is it? Okay, data organization. What is it? Okay. When you say that, oh, I want to organize data, what is it? Data organization. What is it? Okay. Data organization. What is it? Or like, I want to know what is data organization? Okay, what is it at all? I want to know. When you say I want to organize data, what is it? Yeah, somebody should help me. What is data organization? Yes.
Hello?
Yes, please. I'm listening to you. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
so my layman understanding of that is how the data is arranged in order to be presented so that meaning can be made out of it.
Okay. All right, good. So the layman understanding is very good. So our brother is saying that how the data should be what? Should be what? Come with a word. I want to get the catchphrase in your how the data will be what? It will be arranged, okay?
It's arranged.
Okay, good. So
yeah,
here,
how the data is
so
arranged.
our brother is talking about what? So he's talking about the arrangement. Good. So here he has brought the word arrangement. Good. Okay. What else
And
again?
presented for meaning to be made out of it.
Okay.
Good. Easy understanding.
All right. That is very good. Okay. So here, okay, because the word presentation is here, I want us to avoid presentation. So let's say arrangement. Arrangement. One word has come. Arrangement. What else again? What else again? Which
management?
Management. Okay. Okay. Management. Okay. Data management. Data. Do you know what? When we talk of data management, in fact, data organization is a subset of data management rather. So management is bigger word. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, management. You are right, but management is bigger than organization. So management, data organization is a subset of data management. Okay. So we need another term. So our brother is saying that is a arrangement of data, good or information.
So what
What
about
else?
classification?
The
What
word
about classification?
Good. So another word, classify. Okay. So here, good, classification. Classification. Another catch word, classification. Which other word again? All right, good. Which other word again? Yes. So I want to organize let's say I want to organize my books. So I can decide that, oh, all the books on biology should be on one side. All the books on chemistry should be on one side. All the books on physics should be on one side. Okay. So what I'm arranging them. I'm not just arranging, I'm also classifying them. What else again? What else again? What else again?
I'm also sorting them.
Sorting. Okay. Okay, good. Sorting. Okay. Sorting. Good. Okay. I think I'll buy that. Sorting. Yeah, I'll buy that. Okay. What else again? What else again?
They can also see
So
analyze.
what about ordering?
Wait. Ordering. Okay, ordering won't it be part of arrangement?
Said to be part.
Okay.
So
To be part of
can
the
you also
arrangement.
use the word analyzing the data?
Okay, analyzing it, and after analyzing, then you have taken us to PhD level. Okay, we've not gotten there yet. We want to get there. Okay, so first of all, we want the data to go. So what we want to do is that, okay, so here we are talking about the word. We are talking about the process of word. So data organization. So when we talk of data organization, all the points you've raised, they are very beautiful points. Well done. Okay, so when we talk of data organization, we are talking about the word, the process of word, the process of what? Of arranging, right? Arranging, right? Good. Okay, the process of what? Of arranging, of what? Class of sorting. Okay. Okay, maybe I'll even bring sorting first. Move here. Okay, so sorting, all right, arranging, okay, and what? And classifying what? And classifying. Okay, all right, classifying. Okay, all right. Sometimes even we can even add structuring. Okay, we structure them. Okay, we put them into various structures. Okay, like no particular structure. All right, some sort of format. Okay, so you can even add structuring here, structuring and classifying. Okay, all right. Okay, of data. Okay, of data. Of what? Of data into what? Into some sort of some logical format or categories, into some logical, okay, some logical, okay, format, okay, or what, or categories, okay, format or categories, okay. All right. And when we talk of that, why do we do that? Okay. Logical formats, categories. It could happen that you group it into what? Into some tables, okay, like frequency tables, some folders from databases, okay. All right. And why do we do that? Why do we do that? Why? Why do I have to organize my data? Why do I have to do that? Yes, why do I have to? Yes, I'm listening. Yes, please,
Yeah,
I'm listening.
for
For
easy
where?
study, and communication.
For easy. Okay, so for easy studies and communication, that is true. So the reason we do that, okay, is so that it can easily work. It's even apart from that, can't you see that when we structure the data, let's take it this way, that I'm going to work on data. I structure the categorical data on one side, okay, the quantitative data on one side, the qualitative data on one side. And it makes the data very understandable, okay, all right. It makes the data to make the data easy to understand, okay, understand, okay, Understand, right? And then also, if you want to retrieve the data, can't you see you won't suffer? You've put them in a nice table, nice frequency distribution tables. All right. You've put in nice Excel sheet. Beautiful. Okay. And like that. So which means that in terms of even retrieving, okay, easy to understand, easy to what? Retrieve. Okay, retrieve the data. Okay, and even when you want to analyze, you don't solve for so much. Okay, and analyzing. Okay, when I want to analyze, it is easy for me to analyze. Okay, it is in nice Excel format. I can easily analyze it. I can easily draw my frequency distribution table. I can easily do some plotting, histogram or bar chart, pie chart. Okay, and even reporting. Like if I'm reporting, I won't suffer when I'm reporting it. Okay, will be easy. Okay, good. All right. So that's basically why we do the data organization. Okay, so let's say if they ask the importance of that, so the importance
So can we also see that it reduces errors?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
When you organize data, okay, apart from the word, the usability, okay, maybe apart from easy for you to get it, okay, the accessibility of the data when you want to retrieve it, okay, apart from the accessibility, let's say accessibility of the data, okay. Another thing we can also talk about is accuracy, because the thing is that when the data is well organized, the error comes down. You understand that? Once it is well organized, I mean, the error, you put the age category nicely, you put this side, so that you don't get confused. Okay, so it actually enhances the accuracy. Okay, so enhances the word, okay, or reduces. Okay, so in terms of once it is accurate, it means that it reduces the error, as you just said. Okay, good point. Well done. Okay, what else again? Okay. Okay, can't you see that, like for instance, if I'm analyzing the data, I won't suffer. Okay, can't you? So in terms of what, you'll be much more effective in what? In data analyzing. Okay, so
Or it
data
speeds up
analysis.
data analysis.
Okay, so efficient, good point. Efficient data analysis, efficiency in what? Efficiency in what? In data. Okay, efficiency in data analysis, okay, okay, good. Efficiency in data analysis and what? Processing. Okay, maybe let me bring data processing, efficiency in data processing and analysis. All right, good. Once they are well organized, anything we can add, anything we can add, okay, anything we can add. I think these are the main stuff. Okay, great. All right, good. That's nice point. So that's the reason we do that. So what sort of method do we employ? What sort of method do we employ in what? In organizing our data? What are some of the common methods do we employ? Okay, so when you talk of common method that we employ in the organizing the data, we can sometimes, okay, so let's see method that we employ in organizing our data. So methods employed in data organization. Okay, all right, in data organization. Okay, we can use sometimes we can follow some sort of chronological order. Okay, we can use date, time, okay, monthly, annually. You understand that? So we can use so one of the ways we can do some of the method we do, okay, we can use the word chronology. Okay, so chronological, okay, we can use those sort of word. That's a chronological word approach, okay, chronology. All right, okay, whereby we arrange them in terms of time. We do it all the time. Okay, for instance, if you come like that, my slides, so anytime I'm saving something, and even my normal things that I save, I normally try like to add dates to it, because sometimes you look for you won't get it. But when I add dates to it, it is easy. So we can use chronological approach. Okay, so time, date, years and stuff like that. Okay, years and stuff like that. Okay, we can do based on that. Okay, so we can say, oh, the data, the monthly data of rainfall that we collected, the monthly the children who reported in school and stuff like that. So we can do it on what, on chronological, okay, basis. Okay, good. All right, good. And then what else again? What else again? What else again? What else again? What other method that we can use it to organize data? Yes. Can we have what other method that we can use it to organize data? Please. Yes. Yes. Oh, apart from yes.
Can we talk about labeling of the data?
Level.
Labeling.
Level. What does it mean? What do you mean by leveling?
Yeah. For instance, you have the data, as you gave an example that when you want to save your file, you put it there. So whatever file or whatever data you want to save, you give a particular name to it.
Yep. Okay, you give a particular name as well. Like let's say we want to organize the data, and I'm saying that one of the ways we can use chronological approach. Okay, chronology. So in this case, you organize the data according to, so let's take it this way, that you have files. And there are several ways people tend to do their file arrangement. Some people will go there and they arrange files based on time. Okay, 2000, 2002, 2003, 2004. Some people don't also do it like that. Some people go and then they do it based on, oh, is it you maybe customers who sell this product, or teachers who teach math? Okay, maybe children with special ability. You understand that? So sometimes we can even classify based on what we can put them into what, into various what. Sometimes we will use the chronology, but we can put it into various what categories. Okay. So we can put it into various categories. In this same class here, in this group that we are here, we have some people who are teaching in maybe class 1. We can get people who are teaching in class 2. We can get people who are teaching in upper primary. We can get people who are teaching in JSS. Do you understand that? So I can do some sort, I can also do some sort of, if I don't want the data I can also do data based on what? Categories. All right. You understand that? I can use categories to also organize my data. That, oh, all those people who are married should be here. All those people who are the males there should be here. Okay, the females data should be here. Those who are married should be here. Those who are those who drive a car should be here. Those from Northern Ghana should be here. Those in Southern Ghana should be here. So I can also use some sort of what? Some categories, okay, to organize the data. Okay, all right, good. What else can I also use to organize my data? What else can I also use to organize my data?
By using coding.
Okay, so by using coding.
That is assigning numbers labeled to categories. Male, one, female.
Okay, all right. So more or less some sort of numerical, organizing some sort of numerical stuff. Okay, so maybe coding. Okay, coding, good. So I can use coding. Okay, good. So you can assign numbers to them. Okay, that's good. That's okay. So I can use coding as well. What else again? What else again? What else again? Yes, please.
You can also use chart or graph.
The what?
By using chart or graph.
I can't hear you well, please.
By using chart or graph.
Graph, okay. So well, that will be the presentation. That's data presentation. We will come to that one very soon. But what about hierarchies? What about hierarchies? What about if I try to some sort of that structuring of data, like so hierarchy? So let's take it this way, that I organize class 1 people, their data. It is still under the category, all right. But you see, even though it is still category, I've put them in, they are not in haphazard. Okay, so you put them in some sort of structure, so some sort of hierarchy. Okay, all right, some hierarchical order. Okay, some hierarchy, right? You get my point. So in this case, like class 1 people, they are file class 2, class 3, class 4. Okay, there are some families. When you go there, if you want the child's class 1 test paper, the father can go and pull it for you. Okay, their test paper right from class 1, every subject, they put it in a file, nice one there. Okay, when he was in class 1, a file for it, class 2, class 3, class 4, class 5. Okay, all right, good. Okay, so that when you are there making noise, honestly, I wouldn't like to be in that family. So that in that case, when you are lying to your son that when you were in school, you were doing very well, you go and ask his grandmom or grandpa, and grandpa will go and pull your test paper and come and show it, and then eventually.
But there's no wrong with that.
No, it's good. It's good. Okay, just that in that case, when grandpa has all your information, you are particularly careful. Things you can say. You see that?
So that you won't lie.
That is it. To mean that you can't lie to your son. When they lie, they will come and pull your test paper, and then you'll be there, and then you find yourself wanting. Okay, all right. So you can also use some sort of word. You can use some sort of tables and word, and spreadsheet. Okay, the Excel. Okay, spreadsheet. Okay, all right. So these are various methods we can use it to organize data. We can use the hierarchical approach, some sort of hierarchy, the levels. So I'll go there. Okay, so level 1, level 2, level 3. Okay, put them. Sometimes we can just put them in categories. Okay, oh, maybe people just gender. It doesn't follow any particular order. Maybe females here, males there, or men, women, children. Okay, it doesn't follow in any particular order. But when we use a hierarchy, it means that we are trying to follow a particular order. Okay, and then when the data is quite huge, we might as well use a database. Okay, so this is 5. So if we are doing very huge data, we must as well use the word. If we can organize it, then we can put all of them into what? Into database. Okay, database here. Okay, database. Okay, great. All right. So these are basically ways that we can use to organize word data. Now, when you come to, okay, so this is methods employed in data organization. What are the steps? Let's see the steps quickly. Okay, what are the steps? Okay, what are the steps in data organization? Steps. Okay, let's see the steps. Steps in data organization. What are the steps? Okay, all right. What are the steps here? Okay, number 1 is that you need to collect the data, right? That's the number 1. Is that not it? Okay, number 1 is the data collection. Is the collection. Okay, is that not it? That's a collection. Is the collection of the data. Number 2 is that you need to classify the data. Okay, you need to classify the data like so various groups. Okay, so put them into what? Into various what? Maybe various groups, various maybe relevant word groups. All right, like that. Okay. Then 3. What are the 3? 3. What else again? Then you structure them. So the structure them is whereby putting them into what? So the structuring them is like you put them into tables. Okay, you see that when I put a table, I can put it in a table. If I put something in a table, which we will show you, we see it very soon. You put it, let's say age on top, and then you put everybody. So let's take it this way. If it is Kofi Ama, the age is here, the dress size is here, the marital status is here, education level is there. So that's the structuring. Okay, so the structure deals with what? Structure deals with, okay, so here you put them into what? The structure is what? Using a table. Okay, so that's sort of what? Table. Okay, that table or the spreadsheet. Okay, so when I use the table and I structure them, so that is where, let's see, let me see, can I get that? Let me see. So let's see if I get a table like this, let's see if something like this. Okay, all right, if I get a table like this, so I can put here, okay, so name, okay, age, okay, gender, okay, gender, all right, okay, education level, so education level, education level, okay, maybe occupation. So, you know, when I do it like that, I've structured it. Okay, so let's say this is Kofi. All right, Kofi is where this, let's say 33 years, let's see 33 years, gender male, and then education level, masters, like that. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so this is the structure. Okay, so you structure them. Okay, and then like the way our sister said earlier on, so this is whereby you use the tables, okay, and then databases to put them into what. Okay, good. And then the last one is where you label and format it. So label, label, and format. Okay, so you format it to the necessary format. So you label, okay, you have to name it to the way that, okay, label, and then you format it. And then the last part is where you do the word analysis. The analysis. Okay, analysis. So when you get data, these are the stages that the data tend to go through. You collect the data, you classify, you structure it, you label, you format it, and then you analyze it. So when you do the analysis, this is where, okay, the data presentation comes in. So the next thing we're not going to talk about is the data presentation. Data presentation. And when you talk of data presentation, please, what is it? What is it? This is my first time hearing this word. Data presentation. Please, what is it? Data presentation. When you say data presentation, please, what does it mean? I don't understand it. Please, somebody help me. Yes, data presentation. Data presentation. Yes, what is it? When you say data presentation, what are you referring to?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, to my understanding, it is how the data we have collected and analyzed can be presented to someone else to also have a view of it.
Okay, good. All right, so when we talk of what data presentation is what, how we can do it. So here we display more or less, we want to display the result. We want to show the result to somebody. Okay, do you understand that? So that the person can make meaning out of it. Is that not it? Is that not what you're saying? Oh, hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so in this case, okay, you are, what data presentation is basically trying to give some sort of visual display of the results, okay, of the data to a format that is a little bit wide, that is more understandable, so that certain meaning could be made out of it. Is that not it? Okay, good. So here deals with what? That's a display. This one deals with a display of the data. Okay, all right. Into what? Display of the data in some sort of visual format. Okay, all right. Okay, like what? Like charts, tables. Okay, tables, graphs. Okay, all right, okay, all right. To make it work, to make it more word, to make it more, okay, or to make it more understandable, basically, okay, or to make it understandable. That's, let me put it that way. Just to make it understandable. Okay, basically, because if you give me 1,000 varied, just scattered, of people's data, it wouldn't make any meaning to me. But when you draw a chart with it, when you show me the graph, okay, with it, okay, it is easy for me to display the information. You understand? You can tell me the trend. What are the patterns? I can see the various patterns. I can see the trend in the data and stuff like that. Okay, good. All right. Now, so these are data presentations. We have various ones. So one, the most basic one we know is frequency table. Okay, that is the most basic one that we know. Okay, so some of the ways we do present data, okay, or organize data is the word frequency table. Frequency table. All right, or we simply put word frequency distribution table. All right, and frequency distribution table, we can use it to organize all sort of data, whether it doesn't matter whether the data is what, it's nominal, okay, it's nominal data. I hope you know nominal data, whether it is what, it is ordinal data, okay, whether it is what, continuous data, okay, all right, whether it is continuous data or any sort of data into bracket, that's a interval word, interval, that's interval ratio, interval ratio data. All right, good. So all these ones like that, okay, we can use frequency table to organize the data. Okay, so I'm going to give you one example on my one example right now, and you organize it for me right now. So let's take it this way there. So I'm going to give you a data. So this is the data of what? Party goers, party children at what? At a party. Children at a party. So now I have the data this way. I have a one. So ages of, let's say, ages of children, ages of children at a party. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. So 6, 8. Okay. No, do you know what? Let me make it this way. So 1, 10. 10 is too big. Okay. Let's say 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 4. Okay, then 1, 4, 3, 8. Okay, 8. 8 is too much. I want to limit it. 4, 1. Okay, 1, 4, 4, 4, 5. Like that. Let's say I have this data, and I ask you to organize this data for me. Draw a frequency table for me. Yes. What will you do? Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
We can do it this way. We do ages of children in one column, then the frequency in another column.
Okay, so let's see. So let's see like that. So I can do something like this. Okay, so here. So in this case, let's see, let me put this one up like that. Up here like this. Okay, so here. Okay, good. And then so I'll get here something like this, age here, and then I go to what? Maybe tally, and then I'll go to what? Frequency. Okay, frequency. All right, frequency here. All right, so here I'll do 1, so I can see it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so based on that, okay, well, I don't want to waste time on tally. So how many 4 people? How many one do you have? How many one? We have 3. Okay, how many 2s? How many 2s?
5.
2 is also 3, right? Oh, 3. How many 3s?
3 is 3.
3 is 3. How many 4s?
4 is 10.
Is
4
it 10?
Yes,
10.
it's 10.
10. And then how many 5s? Just like
2.
2. Okay, 2. Like this. So this is that. So here you see that I've presented my data. I've presented my data here. All right. So this sort of data is what? More of continuous data. Okay. This one is continuous data. All right. Good. Now I can also have some sort of what? I can also have you see, so in this continuous data, these are okay, so ages of people there. I can get the data straightforward like that. Okay. I can also get some people like this. I can also get maybe some sort of nominal data. Let's say you go to hospital. Let's say I can say that let me put some sort of this. Let's say rows. Let's say I have about those. Okay, so let me put this one, two. Okay, great. This is something like this. Now I have this one here. Now let's say I have something like I want nominal data. Now nominal data, what can I do? I can what are things that I can just chase what? Color. Okay, so color preference. Okay, so I can use what? Color preference. Okay, color. Okay, or race. Okay, race. Let's say race. Race here. All right. So let me use this one. So race here. Okay, so let's say here black. Okay, black. The next one may be white. You can say Latino. You can say the Asian. Even the Asians, we can even get the word Asians like that. We can talk of maybe Asian Chinese. Okay. Let make it Indians. Okay, Indians. Then let's say Chinese. Okay, because the population of Chinese is quite huge. Okay, great, something like that. So something of this nature. Okay, so Indians. Okay, great. Blacks and stuff like that. Okay, great. So here, based on that, and then we can get to what our number, the number of people here. So you can see that this it doesn't follow any particular order. Okay, so this is nominal data. So maybe the black people who participated or the black people in the school, they are maybe, I can use percentage if it becomes necessary. Maybe I can say that the black people there, they are 20 or 10, maybe white people, maybe 15, Latinos, maybe 8, Indians, maybe 18, maybe Chinese, maybe 20, or something like that. Okay, so here, this particular data here that I have is not arranged in any particular order. Okay, so this one like that, I can get frequency distribution in this sort of format. Okay, all right, good. I can get it in this format. Okay, great. Okay, I can also even get some sort of those decimal type of data, whereby maybe blood pressure. Okay, maybe I can, let's say something like this one. Let me duplicate the slide. Okay, let's say oh, this is not the right one to duplicate. Okay, let's say if I duplicate this slide here, let's say let me duplicate this slide here. Okay, so let's take it this way that if I want some sort of interval ratio data or continuous data, okay, so continuous word continuous data. So let's take it this way. If I can use something like blood pressure. Okay, so blood pressure. Okay, pressure. Okay, so you can see blood pressure like that. You can get people who are having, let's say people came into the hospital and then they are where then you record their blood pressure. Okay, so let's say let me give a okay, so let's say people came to the hospital. Okay, so I can decide that okay, so Kofi, okay, this is blood pressure for Kofi. Okay, so here maybe name is here. So this name side will be what? Will be nominal, and then this side is, let's say, blood pressure. Blood pressure. Okay, maybe Kofi, Ama, okay, Kojo, okay, Kwame, okay, Aisha too, okay, Aisha, Memuna, okay, let me say, this, oh, okay, so let me take Kwame now, like that. So then the blood pressure here maybe 115, maybe 111, 1, okay, 144, 134, Okay, let's say 100. Okay, you get somebody who is also maybe 120. 120. Okay, let's say 113. Okay, like that. So these are blood pressure. Okay, so we can organize the data. All right, if it is hospital data, sometimes we can hide. We can only give them the ID. Okay, all right. If it's treatment, so these are various forms of data that we can get. So for the table, for table, we can use it to represent in several ways. Okay, we can even do a two-way. We can do something we call cross tabulation. Okay, so cross tabulation is whereby maybe weight, we will consider maybe height and weight. Then we'll put the word, the data there. So here we can do some sort of a word. Even the data like that, we can do some sort of a word. Two-way. Okay, so two-way like this, like something like a cross tabulation. Okay, tabulation. So for cross tabulation like that, we can get something like this. Let me so let's say column. Let me go to 3 here. Let me go 5 rows. You can even go and then one.
Maybe that's
okay. Okay, great. So something like that. So let's take it this way. That here we can say body mass.
okay.
We can talk of body mass here. Okay. So here we can say that here what we want is that let's say body mass, and then we can say sex or gender here. Okay, gender here. We can also do maybe weight, modern height, maybe height here. Okay, so this one is basically cross tabulation. Okay, so we can decide that okay, those people who are weight, let's say those people with a body mass index, okay, of let's say 8 point, we can say maybe below 20. We can take maybe normal. Maybe our normal is what? Maybe let's say the normal is 20, or maybe range. Let's take range like maybe 18 to let's say 25. Okay, let me add one more. Okay, well let me even stick it to this way like that, and then maybe over. Okay, so something like this. Then the gender here. So here we will count the number of people. So here under this side, I'll put the male here. Okay, and then the word maybe female. Okay, so here on this side I can put male and word female here. Okay, so then I'll calculate the proportion of people, maybe those who are having this body mass with this one, maybe 5 here, and then maybe I can get maybe 8 here. Okay, the males who are having normal body stuff, maybe let me say 12, and let's say maybe 25, okay, or maybe 21 for females, like that. So you see, this one is cross tabulation. So basically, I can have the words, the different categories. So here, you see, I created a category here, and then created another category on this side. Okay, so another category here. So that's for the gender, and then you can do cross tabulation as well. So this is another way that we can also use to illustrate or to present data. Okay, so aside this one, some of the things that we can also do. Okay, some of the things that we can also do is we can also use some sort of something like so frequency table like that. We'll visit it very soon when we start our proper statistical calculation, but maybe not today. Okay, good. So another thing that we can also use, graphs. Okay, so aside the tables, we can also use various graphs to present our data. Okay, we use the various graphs to present our data. Okay, so aside the tables, some of the things that we can also use the graphs. All right. And so the graphs, we have various types of graphs, and let me put graphs and charts. Okay, chart to represent our data. And depending on the type of data that we have, that will determine what type of graph you should use or what type of chart you should use. For instance, if you want something like, for instance, data like this, so let's take it this way that, let's say nominal data, okay, let's say nominal data, or ordinal data. Okay, ordinal data. All right. So those are those categorical data. Okay, what we can use what? We can use we can present them in what? In bar graph. Bar graph. Okay. All right. You can present those ones. So we present those ones in bar graph. Okay. So once you are bar graph as well as what? As well as we can use bar graph as well as pie chart. Okay, pie chart. Okay, pie chart. Okay, chart. Okay, I think everybody here, you know pie chart. So good. So once we have our data, we can use it to illustrate to us. So nominal data and ordinal data, we can represent them using what? Using bar chart or pie chart. Okay. Now, when the data is what? Interval ratio. Let's say interval ratio data. Let's say max in class. Okay, in class. Okay, and then the data is what? Let's say continuous data, or maybe interval ratio. Okay, interval ratio data, ratio data, interval ratio data. Okay, you can't use bar chart to show that one. You can use histogram. Okay, histogram. Okay, so for continuous data, okay, okay, we use what? Histogram. You can see that. I hope you know the difference between histogram and then bar chart. Bar chart, there are spaces in between the bars, and then we use it for nominal or ordinal. For instance, if I give you something like that, okay, so let's take it this way that if I want to illustrate the soft drinks consumed, okay, let's take it this way that let's say if I give you data like this, let's say if I give you data like this, if I give you data like this, okay, if I give you data like this, okay, so this soft drink consumed, so soft mineral, okay, so soft drinks, okay, consumed, okay, all right, great. And then let's say, so here, drink here, and the word, and number of people who took it, So here, let's take it this way. Fanta is here. Fanta, okay, this size are too small. Let's see. Let me increase it to 40. So Fanta is here. Okay, Coke is here. Okay. Coke. Okay, Coke, let's say 50 people to Coke. All right, Fanta 30. Sprite, let's say 15, and then let's say Mirinda, okay, maybe 40 people or 45, like that. Okay, so here, if I ask you to present this data, you can see clearly what is here is what? It's a nominal data, all right? And so if I'm going to plot this, you can use what? Pie chart, or you can use what? Bar chart to illustrate this data. Why? Because this is what? This is a nominal data. So the chart you are even going to use will tell me okay, the type of chart you use. All right. Sometimes I can give you what people the mark score, but the mark score I did it into categories. If I make it categorical data, you can, even though they are marks, but you can also use what you can use what bar chart to illustrate it. So the nature of the data will also tell you what the fact that it is marks, that's not necessary. Sometimes I can give marks or age, but the nature of data, the way I put the data, okay, could tell you what sort of data presentation you should use. But for histogram, it is strictly for what? For continuous or interval ratio data. Okay, that's strictly for interval ratio data. You see, when you are plotting this one on bar chart, you put the Coca-Cola on the what? On the x-axis. Okay, and you put the number on the y-axis. Okay, but in the case of histogram, you see that you put the marks, and the marks are numbers. Usually it is the quantitative continuous data that you put there, okay, on the x-axis, okay, as well. So anytime you are using the histogram, you can see that you use it when you are dealing with what? With a numerical or what? Data, okay, whether group or ungrouped, okay, you use what? That's a numerical data. Okay, great. Okay, so we've talked about frequency distribution table. Okay, we've talked about simple way of organizing your data. Okay, another thing we can also use after drawing your let's say, let me see. Okay, after drawing your histogram, sometimes you can draw something we call. Okay, so let's take it this way that let's say I draw my let's say, let me take a one. Let's say if I draw my histogram like this, let's say, oh, this particular laptop doesn't have a feature for me to draw. Oh no, I can't draw. Let's see, can I? I can't. Let's see, draw. No, this one doesn't have. The office on this computer, I can't draw. Okay, let me see whether I can go online and get I can't draw. Okay, let me show you something here. There's something I want you to see. Okay, all right. So let's say if I let's say if I pick histogram. Okay, I know you know histogram. I mean, everybody in this class, you definitely know histogram. Okay, great. So let me pick histogram here. Okay, and then come and show it. I want to. All right. So histogram, copy here. All right, great. So let me bring my histogram here. All right, so let's say I have my histogram here like this. Okay, great. So I have my histogram here. So you can see that the histogram, we have what? We have in between the bars, okay? So we have the histogram, there are no gaps in between the bars. Okay, and then you see that in the case of histogram, you see there we have number ranges, okay, and here we put categories. And these are so with that, you can see strictly that we use what categorical data. All right, and then we put the frequency here. And then here the frequency goes up there, but whatever that should be here, they are interval ratio data. So for histogram, we use it for continuous data, interval ratio data. Okay, there is no way you can't use you can't put Fanta and then draw histogram for nominal data, or levels in the army, then you draw histogram for that, or male and female, then you draw histogram for that. No, histogram, when you are drawing histogram, the data should be what? The data for histogram, we are using continuous data, that's interval ratio data. That is what we use for what? For histogram, okay? And there are no spaces in between the bars. And then there's one thing that after you draw a histogram, you do something called frequency polygon. Usually frequency polygon, when we construct it, we draw this thing on top of it. Like after you draw a histogram like that, sometimes after drawing the histogram, then you draw your frequency polygon. I have to rely on online for this one. So let's say, let me show you frequency polygon. Frequency polygon. Yep. Okay. So let's say good. So sometimes like this. Okay. Let me take this one here. Okay. Good. So we have something like this. Okay. All right. So this one. Okay, great. So something like this is my frequency polygon. So let's say, all right, good. So I have something, the one on my screen, that's frequency word polygon. So here we have the time here and then like that. Okay, great. And then frequency polygons, you can see that frequency polygon is also similar to that of what? It's similar to that of the histogram. The data should be what? Data should also be continuous what? Continuous data or interval ratio data. Okay, all right. So that is how you do. So interval, you can see that all these ones are numbers. Okay, time here. All right. Okay. So sometimes some people, they will draw the histogram, and then after you draw the histogram, they will ask you to draw the frequency polygon. So after you've drawn your histogram, then you plot your frequency polygon on top of it. So we have let's say, let me show you that. So histogram, let's say histogram. Okay, good. So here, let's see, sometimes after good. So sometimes after you've drawn your histogram, then you put the word. So something like this. Okay, you copy here. Okay. So after you've drawn your histogram, then you put, okay, you put your frequency polygon on top of it. Okay, you put your, oh, right. So after you've drawn your histogram, then you put your word, your frequency. Okay. So you draw your histogram and then you put your frequency polygon on top of it. Okay, so let's see. All right, you put your frequency polygon. Yeah.
So will you put it on any of the bars, or there are some specific bars that you're supposed to put the polygon on?
Oh no, this is one. So this is the one I've seen here. Okay, so here, so this is that. So you draw after you've drawn, then they will ask you to. So you use the midpoint here, then eventually you plot the midpoint and then like that. And then you just join, okay, you join the midpoint of the bars like this. Okay, so you put it this way. So this is one is what? This one is frequency, the histogram with being overlaid with what? With frequency polygon. Okay, and in both cases, remember that the data should be continuous data or interval ratio data. Okay, so frequency frequency polygon. Okay, so let me put it here. Okay, so for frequency polygon, okay, frequency polygon, for frequency polygon, okay, so the data should be what? The data, okay, so frequency what? Polygon, polygon, okay, the word, the data should be what? Must be continuous, okay, continuous, or what? Or that's the interval ratio, okay, data. It's not just numerical, okay, it's not just numerical data, but it should be what? Interval ratio data. It should be continuous data. All right, great. So with this one like this, okay, we can do the plotting. So for both a histogram and the word, and then and frequency polygon, okay, the data we use, they are supposed to be continuous or interval ratio data. For pie chart and then bar chart, okay, we use what? We use the nominal and what? And ordinal data. Okay, great. And then other things that we can also okay, so for, let me ask you this one. Stem and leaf plot. Stem and leaf plot. Please, do you know stem and leaf plot?
Yes,
You know.
Yeah,
No,
stem and leaf.
please.
Yeah, what sort of data will you use stem and leaf plot?
We've heard of it.
Oh, you don't know. You heard of it. You don't know how it is.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right. So then, okay. So we have something called stem and leaf plots. Okay. So let's say stem and leaf plot. Okay, so stem and leaf plot, let's see, it's difficult because I can't draw for this one. So here, stem and leaf plot, it goes like, let's take it this way. Let me split my table into two. Okay, good. And let's see. So here, now let's say I have data like this. Let's say I have two, let's say let me go and use my original data. Okay, this one, stem and leaf plot, I have to go it in tens, ones. Have you seen it? Okay. Okay, so let me see. Okay, let me see whether I can get pick one for you. Okay, let's say stem and leaf plots. Okay, good. All right. So okay, good. So let me pick this one, this data here. All right, good. Okay, copy here, and then let me bring it here. Let me bring it. Okay. All right. So look at stem and leaf plots. So let's say, okay, I can kick even this one out. So I have the data here. All right. So I have the data here. So this one, you plot it in terms of ones, zeros, ones, and what, 10. So here, if you look here like that, okay, so here, like that. So the stem stands for the tens, and then the leaf stand for the ones. Okay, so if you take something like, let's say the 15. Okay, if you take the 15 is what? The tens column is the, okay, so here the tens column, we have you put the tens here, this side is ones, and then you put the tens. So if I take something like 15, so 15, this side is what? 10. Okay, so under the column of what? 1 and 5. So one section is here, and then the 5 will be here. So this is the 5. If I take 20, the 2 is in here. Okay, so 27. So the 2 is here. Okay, so which means in 20 columns. So I'll put a 7 here for the ones. If I put 8, the tens, it doesn't have the tens column. So the tens column is 0. So I'll put the 8 here. And then if I take 13 here, so ones column, 1, it will be in the tens goes 1 here and then 3 here. Then I put 22. 22 means that, so 22, it is in this column. So 2 here, and then what? And then the 2 is also here. So when you do it in what? You arrange this in some sort of chronological order. So you can see that in this case, the 17 and what? There's this, which means I have to. So there's 7 here and 8. So you see that we put a 7 here, and then the 8 will follow. Then when you come to the 10 section, the tens, okay, before the 20, so 1 and what? So here we have the 15, the 13 come first. So we have the 2 13, so 13, so 3, so 1 and 3, 3 here, and then the 5. Where is the 5? So 17 before the so 15, the 5 is here, 1 here, 5 here, 17, 1 there, 7 there. Okay, so you arrange in numerical order. When you come to the 20s, you can see 22 is here, so 2 here, and then the 2 will stay here. Then 24, the 24 we'll put 4 here, this 24, so 4 comes here, and then 25 we'll put 5 here, and then 20. So from here I can see there's 27. Where 27 is here, 7 is here, and then 28. So this is 28, 8 is here. Then we go to 30 column. We have the 32. So 2 here, another 32 is this 2 here, another 32 is here, 2 here, and then 36 is here, 6 here. Then we have 43. Where is 43? 43 is here. Then we put the hand. So this is how we do stem and leaf plot. Okay, so they'll give you the data. So the stem is for the 10 is the tens, and then the leaf is for the ones. Okay, like that. So that's a stem and leaf plot. Okay, great. And then other plots that we can also use. Okay, so when we come to some of the charts, okay, sometimes we can do scattered graph. Okay, what about scattered graph? When do we use scattered graph? Okay, so we can get another one like this one, like scattered graph. What about scattered graph? When do we use scattered graph? Scattered, okay, scattered word, scattered graph. Okay, when do we use scattered? Okay, when do you use scattered graph? Yes, let me bring one for you. Okay, let me bring the scattered graph for you. Okay, so scattered. Okay, so scattered plot. Okay, or scattered graph. Okay, so something like this. Okay, great. So let me copy this one and bring it for you to see. Okay, great. So we have the scattered plot here. Okay, let me bring it here. Okay, so okay, great. So we have the scatter plot or scatter graph. So in this particular case here, you can see clearly that before you use a scatter plot, looking at the nature of this one, okay, so here what we want to see, we want to see some sort of correlation. Okay, so scatter plot. So scatter plot you do with what? The correlation. Okay, correlation. All right, so you want to see especially correlation, and this I want to see trend. Okay, some sort of, okay, so here, all right, so this is the scattered plot here. So this scattered plot deals more of correlation. So we have the x. Okay, so remember that the y side, you plot what? You plot the independent. So independent variable, okay, on the y-axis, okay, axis, okay, and then the dependent word, variable, okay, x-axis. Okay, so here you do the plotting, so you can see the various type of plotting. If the graph goes this way, you can see that this one linear. Okay, so this one is a scattered plot. You want to see the correlation existing between x and y. Okay, so like that. So this is the beautiful linear plot here. So when we have something like that, so when the graph goes in this direction, okay, when it goes in this direction, we say it is positive. When it goes downward like that, that is negative. Okay, so this is linear. Okay, and here, like you can see, this is non-linear. Okay, this is more or less exponential. Okay, it's exponential and it is what? Negative. Okay, all right. You can see it is negative. It goes this way. It's negative. Okay, once it goes in this direction. If it is going to go in this direction, that will be positive. Okay, that will be positive but non-linear. Okay, and when it is like this, there's no relation. You can't see any relation at all. Okay, when there is when we have this type of word, when we have a scattered plots of this nature, there's no relation at all. Okay, you can see clearly that there's no relation. Okay, there's no correlation. It doesn't follow any particular sort of trend. Okay, great. So when do we use it? My question is, when do we use the scattered plot? When do we use a scattered plot, please? When do we use a scattered plot? Okay. When do we use it? Yes. When do we use a scatter plot? When do we use it? Yes.
So when you find the relationship between two variables.
Okay, good. So you want to find, and remember the two variables. Put this on the back of your mind. The two variables must be continuous. Okay. All right. So the two variables must be continuous data. All right. So they should be numerical variables. Okay. It shouldn't be, let's say, the two variables shouldn't be like cook and then the words and then the number of people. No, that is not scattered plot. Okay, that's not scattered plot. Okay, so the two variables, okay, the two variables must be what? Must be continuous. That's the interval ratio data. Okay, sometimes I've gone for some Viber, people's Viber some time back, okay, and then you see some master students, and then you see that they say that, and they are correlating, say there is correlation between the soil quality and something, but you can't say there's correlation. You can't use correlation because correlation, the moment, and then they will draw scatter plot for it. Okay, so if I'm drawing scatter plot, okay, the two variables that you are using, okay, so sometimes, so here, example, maybe age of people, age of what? So maybe plotting age versus what? Height. Okay, something like that. Or maybe age, height and what? Height versus what? Weight. Okay, weight, like that. All the two should be numerical variable. They should be interval ratio variable. It shouldn't be categories. Please, you understand? Even if it is ordered, it shouldn't be. There shouldn't be categorical data or whether ordinal or this thing, ordinal or nominal variables. No. Okay, anytime you are using scatter plots, you are dealing with what? Correlation. And the reason you do this one is to see trend or pattern. Trend or pattern. Okay, between what? You want to see trend or pattern between the what? Between two continuous variables. Okay, please put this one at the back of your mind. Okay, the variables that should be here, the data should be continuous variables. Okay, all right. And what do you want to see? So look at the trend. Now I can see there's a linear, positive linear relation. Okay, something you can even measure the strength of the word of the relation. And then if you want to measure the strength of the relation, so here the scatter plot, don't forget that the two variables, just the two variables must be what? Must be continuous variable. All the two variables must be continuous variables. Okay, and what can we do? We can use it to study trend, okay, or pattern, trend or pattern. Okay, so for instance, let's take it this way, that they plotted, let's say they plotted people who attended a party, and then age and word. Let's say you want to get fair idea of the trend. Okay, so let's see it like this. So with this one, you see, you can look for outlier. Okay, so I can look for the trend and then the pattern. I can even use it to look for outliers. Let's take it this way, that you ask people to take the birthday, children who attended birthday party. Okay, children who attended birthday party. And then when they brought the data, or people who attended, you told them that they should take the age of people who attended the birthday party. And then the moment they brought the data, you realize that, one of the data, like children's party, they asked them to calculate the average. When they calculated the average, it was 18. How can children's birthday party, the average age is 18 or 19? What happened? No. So you quickly go through there, you do the plotting quickly. You do the plotting of the what? Of the maybe of the, let's say, age and something, age, weight, maybe height or something like that. And sometimes when you do that quickly, if there are two continuous variables, you can see that, oh, there's one outlier. One person age is 90. Two people's age are what? 90 something, 98. One is 93. One is 94 age in the data. Then you can see clearly it's what? It is a grandmom and grandpa who escorted their grandkids for the party, and they were counted because they were also part of the party. So here, one thing about correlation is that we can use it to look for the word. So with the plot, so the scatter plot slide, we do this one for correlation. And remember, the two variables must be continuous variables, okay? And what do we use it for? We can use it to check trend. Okay, so like this trend, we can say the linear positive trend. This one we can say negative linear trend. We can see pattern. We can also use it to identify what? Outliers. Okay, all right. We can also use it to identify. So apart from, okay, this one we can also use it to, so apart from patterns, okay, we can also use it for what? To outliers. Outlier. There are somebody alone, like we come for a party and then we see that age of people, let's say the food, the volume of the food consumed and the age. We realize that somebody in the age, when you do the plotting, there are two people here. The age is 90 something, and then the volume of food they consume. Okay, all right, good. So here you can see that you can use it to identify what? You can use it to identify, okay, check or identify, okay, identify outliers. Okay, but remember this data, before you can use scatter plot, the data must, the two variables, the x and y variables you are plotting must all be what? Must all be continuous data, interval ratio data. Okay, like age and height, age and weight. Okay, I can even use income, money. Okay, money. Okay, like I can use money. Let's say income and what? Income and what? And maybe drinks consumed, volume. Volume. You see, volume is what? Volume. Okay, volume of what? Volume of alcohol. Alcohol consumed. Okay, alcohol consumed. All right, good. So something like that. So the income is numerical, and then the volume of alcohol as well. Okay, so your money that you get and then the volume of alcohol you consume. These are two interval ratio, the continuous data. I can plot them. Okay, now pick one. When you do the plotting, correlation doesn't mean causality. Okay, so some people think that if I plot and they say, let's say the age, okay, the age, if I plot age or the height, okay, and then they are highly correlated, it doesn't mean that the age of the person is causing the height. So let me put this one here. Correlation does not mean causality. Okay, this one, people tend to make this mistake quite a lot. The fact that something is correlated doesn't mean that this one caused it. Let's take it this way, that the fact that let's take it, people like last as I was saying, that teachers kids are mostly smart. Okay, they are quite smart. Okay, there is a high maybe. So that doesn't mean that if we're a teacher, it's a must your child will be smart. Do you understand that? Okay, there is correlation doesn't mean causality. Do you understand what I'm saying? If there is correlation, once it's a, I'm just giving analogy. Once it's a teacher's kit, I mean, even in my, for instance, last year like that, I teach medical students, okay, genetics, and in one of the class, you could tell almost more than half of the people in that medical class, almost all of them, they are either mom or dad is a teacher. Okay, actually, most of them, their mom was a teacher, and you can tell that. So teachers' kids. So I was like, "Ooh, wow, this thing is true." All right, so teachers' kids, they tend to do well. So if we do it, if it's just normal plotting and there's correlation, okay, you can't say that is the being a teacher is the one unless we conduct experiment to prove it. If we've not conducted experiment to prove it, you can't say that being a teacher means that your child will be smart. Do you understand that? Unless, so correlation is only showing association. Okay, correlation only. Okay, correlation shows only what? Only shows. Only, let me put this way. Only. Okay, correlation only what? Only shows association, but not causality. It doesn't tell me that, okay, so here, it doesn't tell me that, for instance, if I say that alcohol and volume of income and alcohol drinking, let's take it this way, that I do this plotting and then the plot goes this way, like that is positive correlated. It doesn't mean that, it means that taking more money means you will drink. It means that drinking of alcohol, okay, like the richer you are, okay, or let's take it this way. What I want to say is that it's not if it is highly correlated, it doesn't mean that, okay, that higher income causes a person to drink more alcohol. Please, do you get the argument I'm trying to put here? It is associated, it is linked with it, it is associated with it, doesn't mean it is the cause of it. That's what I want to say. So, but people usually make this, sometimes you go and then people are interpreting their data doing presentation, and then they will do this plot, and they say, oh, this is that. Yes, this plot means that the person who is taking high income is likely to drink more alcohol, but it doesn't show the causality. It doesn't say that. That doesn't mean that drinking alcohol, more volume of alcohol, means that you get more income, or more income will cause you to drink more alcohol. That like that one is not the cause of the other. It doesn't show causality. Okay, but what it just shows, it only shows what? Association. All right. And when the graph goes this way, positive, okay, and linear. When it goes like that, negative and linear. When it goes, this is non-linear, this is more or less exponential. This is one, no correlation. And then when it goes, so when all the points are just on that, that's what highly, how do we measure the correlation? We use something we call correlation coefficient. Okay, we use the correlation. Okay, we use the correlation coefficient. Okay, that's what we use. And then so we use the word R. Okay, R. Okay, good. So when the R is what? When the R is measured from 0 to 1. Okay, so when R is what? Is 1, that is perfect. Perfectly correlated. You understand that when it is 9, so from 5 or from 6 onward, that is highly correlated. Okay, 4 to 6 moderately, and then below 4 is weakly correlated. Okay, all right, good. Okay, so like that, this one, like you can see almost all the points here. When you draw your line of best score, line of best fit, you can see it goes through it beautifully. Okay, so we can also do scatter plot, okay, or scattered graph. Okay, and in scattered graph, the condition is that the plots in the y-axis and then the x-axis, the two variables that you are using, all of them should be continuous data. And then when you do the plotting, it doesn't show causality, it only shows association. The strength of the association is determined using what? The strength of the association, okay, the strength, okay, the strength of the correlation is determined using what? The correlation coefficient. Okay, that's what we use it to measure the strength of the word of the correlation. Okay, good. All right, great. So that is all. Right. Any questions so far? Okay, I think you've done very well. We've all done very well. We need to end the class here. The next time when we meet, we are going straight forward for calculation. Okay, if we want to meet tomorrow, would it be possible? Tomorrow in the evening, would it be possible? Hello? Hello? Because it is calculation, and you know that calculation question, no matter what, okay, have I sent you people that try questions for this one? You've seen the try questions, right? Hello?
No, please.
No, please. No, please.
I've not sent the try question. I have.
Yes, Doc. You haven't.
Okay, good. Yes. So there will be definitely in your exam, in your end of semester exam, you will get 4 questions. Out of the 4 questions, 2 of them will be calculation questions. Okay. All right. So with the 2 of the, no matter what, you will do a calculation question. No matter what happens, you will do calculation. I will structure the question such a way that no matter what, you do calculation. So for calculation, because math is not, some people are not friend of what mathematics. What we're going to do is that we want to go slowly with the calculation. Okay, I won't rush it at all. Okay, we'll go slowly with the calculation. So right now, what is left now is what is central tendency. Okay, central tendency, and then and dispersion. These are 2 things that are left. Okay, all of them are calculation-based stuff. They are not difficult. This side of what you've done here, they are very easy. So you'll be able to maneuver. These are very, very easy. Okay, great. Now, what is left that we are going to do? Those ones are calculation-based. Okay, so that's the mean, the median, and stuff like that. But what we can do is that if we can use one day If you can meet one of the days, I wouldn't mind to sacrifice one day for you. If you can meet, if you can get, if I could get, let's say, tomorrow evening, okay, if we could get tomorrow evening, okay, then maybe tomorrow evening, like the way we met the last time, maybe tomorrow evening from 6 to 8, and then we'll do the central tendency out. Then when we meet, okay, then we'll do the dispersion. Okay, would that be cool? Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay, fine. All right. So
provided tomorrow there's no lectures for any of us, for any group.
Okay. Please, is there any lecture?
Let's find out.
Is there, okay, so
Yeah.
all the folks are here, so please let's find out quickly so that tomorrow, so that because after the calculation, I want to take my time and then we'll do it. Okay, because the calculation sometimes you can see people deviate and it's not pleasant at all. So what I want to do is that I want to go on a very slow pace, okay, for the mean, the median, and everything with their graph drawings and everything. I will take my time and walk through all of them. Okay, we'll take them one by one and then we'll do it. Okay, good. Okay, so in that case, when we finish, then we'll kill the central tendency part out. Then the next time when we meet, we focus on the dispersion. Okay, the dispersion, that's the standard deviation and all those ones. Okay, all right. I will just look at the structure. We can also do it together based on how it goes. I will look at it. Okay, I will look at the structure again, and then if we could lump the two together, like we'll do the side by side and see. But it all depends on you. So tomorrow, if you can get the way you people have attended this class, if you can get, I wouldn't mind to also make some sacrifices at all. Okay, in the evening. Okay, so maybe tomorrow by 6 o'clock, maybe 6 o'clock, everybody is out from school. Okay, all right, maybe 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock. Then we'll take our time, do some simple calculation, and then we'll all master it. Okay, please, is that okay?
Sir, no one is going to school tomorrow. We are still on holidays.
Yes. Oh, some are going to school tomorrow. Are you guys going to school tomorrow?
No, sir.
Yes. Some are going. Some are going.
Okay. Do you know what? Okay. If
yes, this is okay. This is okay.
Okay. So if I put it, I'm coming. If I put it very early in the morning, would it be okay for you?
No, sir.
No,
sir.
Some of them.
No, sir. That one.
Tomorrow evening will be okay. Tomorrow evening.
Okay, the evening is fine. Okay, all right, good. Okay, then if the evening is okay, then that's great. So here, so tomorrow, so 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Okay. 6. Okay, let me make it 6. You know, sometimes my people 6 p.m. Okay, 6 p.m. Okay, so 6 p.m. Okay, Monday. All right, good. Okay, then we'll meet for this one. Please come for the calculation. No matter what, calculation will come. Okay, calculation.
The ladies come.
Please, okay, please, I'm begging you. All right. Thank you very much.
We also need this updated slide.
Yes, no, I'll provide it. Sometimes when I delay, it means that I want to add some questions and then send it. Okay, so like some true or false.
So you made mention of trial questions.
Yes, for this thing, for
this one.
Before you write the end of them, I'll provide you trial question on every area. Don't worry about that one. Okay, when is the end of SEM? When? That's 2 weeks from now or 3 weeks?
3 weeks,
3 weeks from now. Okay. So,
3 weeks.
Okay. So for the cell biology, I'm not scared. For the cell biology, I've been giving you questions, so that one will guide you for your quiz and end of SEM. But I will still give you some trial questions, so that will give you idea of what the nature of questions you expect, how my questions are like. Okay, do you understand that? But the data collection, please, I've sent the trial questions to your course rep. Course rep, please, have you sent Mercy? Please, have I sent the trial questions to you? Mercy, if you don't have it now, let me resend it.
So I think she's not here with us. I think she's not here with us.
Okay, so then let me forward it. So I'll forward it to the class group, okay, so that the class group will send it to you. Okay, so that some trial questions that you should be able to for the end of SEM, basically. Okay, for the end of SEM. The trial questions are for end of SEM, okay, not for quizzes. Okay, so let me forward it to you right now so that I know that I did it while we are here. Okay,
Hello,
so
sir.
yes, please.
Please, I will get past questions as well.
I won't. There won't be. You can get past questions, but the thing is, I don't repeat past questions. I don't want you to get that sense of. I don't want you to get that sense of security. No, I'm just being honest with you. Okay, I put the questions side by side just to make sure that I don't repeat questions. So I don't want you to get that sense of security that because you've gotten past questions, you are fine. You solve past questions, okay, and then you are no. I don't bring past questions. Okay. Yes. So make sure you study whatever that the things that I will ask you to read, the assignments and everything. So please, the course reps, please, I've sent it. Okay. The course rep, please, I've sent it. So Nimatu
and the rest.
Yes, if you are here, the Council of Elders, please make sure you forward it to my people before
cabinet members.
Yes. Make sure you send it before my people will cut off my head. I beg you. Okay, good. Stop whatever you are doing and forward it today. So yeah, so these are the nature of questions that you are going to get in the end of SEM. Okay, all right. So some of the questions will be compulsory. Yes, you get compulsory. Now calculation, then no matter what, I will make sure you definitely get compulsory questions on calculation. Okay. Yes. Don't worry. I will take my time. And
so say
yes.
So say after the compulsory question, then we'll do additional one, making it 2, or we'll do extra 2 to make it 3.
I will see how your quiz will go. Okay. Usually, most of the time, I give 20 questions for quiz. Sometimes, if the quiz depend on nature of the quiz, I can make the end of SEM 40 questions. Because if it is 40 questions, there will be questions on what we just did. Okay, maybe I can ask you a question like, which of the following statements is true about correlation? Okay, A, it shows causality. Then you know that is the answer. Something like that. Okay, good. So it depends on the nature of the quiz. If the people tend to do very well in the quiz or something like that, I can make the end of SEM 40 questions, and then for multiple choice, and then the section B, you answer just 2. But it will depend. I will see how you go by the quiz. The quiz will tell me how the end of SEM question should be like. Okay, all right.
Okay.
But no matter what calculation, that you can't swerve it.
We'll get it.
You can't swerve it. Even if it becomes this, I'll make it compulsory. No, it's true, so that you can't serve it. I know what I'm saying. I'll make it compulsory so that you can't serve it. Then you pick one question. So there'll be one compulsory question on calculation. Okay. So, but I will take my time. Okay. The mistake that last year people did it. Okay. The script, they come to me for me to mark them. So I know. So the mistake that last year people did it, I am fully aware. So when I'm teaching you, I'll make you aware of those things so that you avoid them. You don't repeat the same mistakes. Okay. All right. So sometimes some petty things, okay, then people will lose marks. I will take my time and walk you through. Okay. So that I will be very happy to see every member of this group getting A's throughout. That would be so beautiful. Okay.
Also, we'll get it. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, I trust you. You guys.
Provided you soften the questions for us.
The question provided.
The questions are not too difficult for us.
Oh, okay. They are manageable. They are standard. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for having me today.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Please, are the question going to cast across all the topics?
Oh, of course. The quiz. In fact, the quiz, I will try as much as possible to make it across. So that, because you see, when you write a quiz, the time interval between the quiz and then the end of SEM is not all that much. So that it was just that the quiz will be multiple choice, only 20 multiple choice questions. Okay. All right. The quiz will be just 20 multiple choice questions. But after that, I will send you trial questions, okay, as well, in the form of I think I'll send trial questions for you, so that it will guide you of what you should. Not, I don't give areas, so because all the areas are important. So study everything. Okay, all the areas are important. You will need them. Okay, some of you will be going for your masters and PhD, and I don't want a situation that I'll come for your master's defense, and you are there telling me that you correlate the female and the male to the cook and stuff like that. In fact, I will collapse there. So please, I don't want that thing to happen. So yes.
So I think my friend wanted to find out if the quiz will cover the areas that will not be able to cover.
Every area that I've taught you, all the areas that I've taught you, I'll finish it before you go and write a quiz. I'll finish it. Yes, I'll finish it. Sure. I'll make sure I finish it. Okay, sure. That one's for sure. That's why I create special time. If I know I'm behind schedule, I'll try and create special time so that I'll miss that deadline. Okay, great. Okay. So this one, we need 2 meetings, and then the meeting is Monday 1, and then the next one. Okay, all right. But the questions will be standard. Okay, all right. So you'll be fine. Okay. I wish you guys all the best. Thank you so much. Okay. Have a great day, and God bless you. Okay.
God bless you too, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, God bless you, sir. So, Nimatu and Co, please, I'll try and ask some true or false questions to the one I have on my screen, and then I will send it to you. Okay. All right, great. Okay, thank you.
Adomo. Ute. Awu di jao.